Hello and welcome, brilliant, beautiful Black women. God is born all. I hope you, your daughters, granddaughters, nieces, and goddess daughters are being held uplifted, sacred, and protected. Girl, we got it for you today, girl. We got it for you today. Uh-huh. Last week we were talking about friendship, and it's one of those areas that we make a lot of assumptions or we come up with a lot of, oh, this person should just know this. But we don't really talk about, as a collective of Black women, friendships, right? And kind of what expectations have been, how we're really expecting so much of the other person sometimes. And we went into all of these different things, and that's just the beginning of the friendship conversation, right? Miss Auntie Tiff brought that to the table. Her and Auntie D brought that all out there for us to talk about, right? So Miss D is not with us today, but she'll be back on some upcoming lives. And she out there doing what Miss D be doing and stuff. Hey, Yazzie. So I really I'm really happy that we're here. And me and Auntie Tiff, we're gonna hold down the fort today. We're gonna hold down the fort today. But let's get into it a little bit. Auntie Tiff, do you mind if I just go through my little thing here so I can get us all like where are we going with this, right? And you can stop me as always. Like, she gets me on track. It's Tiff will be all right. So we're talking about fear, doubt, and competition. This is another subject that really, as a collective of Black women, we don't really talk about like that, right? And I really too want to address how each of us deals with our, fears, doubts, and ideas of, competition as individuals. But I also want us to think about, what are we teaching our daughters and our nieces and our granddaughters and our goddess daughters and those young Black girls and young Black women that we're around? What are we really showing them, in our own behaviors? And maybe it's just that we don't know what we don't know, right? So we we don't, like I said, usually discuss this louder than whispers. We'll tell, like, girl, you know what happened? And girl, almost out my heart. We'll do that. But it's almost like we judge each other so harshly and we judge ourselves so harshly that the idea that we shouldn't fear or have doubts, because I know I've heard that growing up all my life. You shouldn't have any fear. You shouldn't have any doubt. That's something, like I said, that I heard growing up all my life. I know a lot of Black women who have heard the same thing, of all ages. And I'm interested to know, so yeah, what are we going to do as we move forward, right? Because the way we conceptualize fear, our doubts, and whatever idea of competition it's kind of a part of our nucleus as black women. When we believe a certain way, we actually act out in that way. But I think what black women, no one's ever said to us out loud is, you get to change what you believe. And if you change what you believe, and what I said before this is valid, right? We act on what we believe. And if you change what you believe, you can change your behavior, right? And that changes your environment because we are the biggest influence of our environment. Okay? So, this idea that we judge each other harshly or we judge ourselves harshly when it comes to fear and doubt and things like that, honestly, it really stems from our upbringing. 85% of us in the Judeo Christian religions, right? The idea, because what we're told, quote unquote, biblically from the pulpit is that if you believe in God, you believe in Jesus, you should not have fear and you should not have doubts. Because if you believe in God and Jesus and you have faith, then that says something about your faith. And I want y'all to understand we've been taught that people get to question us as grown women about our belief. And they feel like they get to tell us what we need to believe, even when we're no longer little girls. Huh? So when someone's standing over you, the way usually churches are set up, somebody's standing over you in a quote unquote pulpit, and you are receiving this information, and you are told that you cannot have fear. The only fear you can have is fear of the Lord, and that's a special, specific type of fear. And we'll even tell you what that means, right? When when we start talking about faith and belief and about our fears and doubts, the idea that you can't even have fear is really, really weird to me. And we'll get more into that. But it produces this idea in our mind. I'm going to be honest. It produces a fairy tale in our mind that says, won't Jesus fix it? All you got to do is lay it at Jesus' feet, lay it at God's feet, and that's all. And if it doesn't work out, it's because you didn't have the faith you claim to have, because we're judging you. So I hope that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
Like,
1 second. Keep
yes,
going.
ma'am. Oh,
Keep
okay.
going.
So then there's believing that other black women and black girls are our rivals. Okay. And that because they're our rivals and we don't recognize that fear and doubt and talking both through may be the driving force to black women and black girls being in competition with one another. So we're going to push back on that. We're going to push back tonight on um, being competition, right? Or being in a competitive mode with another black woman or black girl. And then um, I'm going to tell you right now what I feel it does for us when we. I'm going to tell you a few other things too, but as we go through, but one of the things that it does for us to think through this and re-examine how we I will say use fear and doubt to our advantage. It will give us room to take back some energy that we're expending in on a fairy tale. Okay? We'll be able to bring back that energy to ourselves because we will no longer, our mindset is be different. If you choose, you believe different. After you think about these things, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but as you think things through, as you evolve, if you do that, what I found, um, working with not just myself but other black women, my daughter too, is that bringing that energy back into yourself means that you have more energy to put into being compassionate, kind, loving, and caring to yourself. And what that means is once you are able to really, 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 really do that for yourself without this idea in your mind that you're being selfish, because that was planted in your mind, okay? When you change that idea into being self full, and you can bring some of this energy you've been expending in places that are of no use to you, you can also be able to go to that next level where we start interacting with one another and coming up with solutions to our most critical issues. But a lot of times we're spending so much energy in unnecessary, what I feel are unnecessary fairy tale places, that we we don't even take the time for ourselves. And I mean on a daily basis, not once a week, once a month. I'm talking about daily. This will be a part of your daily life to have compassion and care and kindness for yourself. Then we'll be able to work together, right? And and not, we don't all have to be friends and hanging out together like that. And I
I'm not
just
in.
feel like,
What
yes, ma'am.
you said, compassion, kindness, care. What was the other one?
Compassion, kindness, care, love. And then you really get to seek your own happiness, right? Because you're supposed to be, the way we're taught, a lot of us, is that we're here for others only, never for ourselves. Okay. So um let's get into it. Let's talk about it. Here we are, Noir Aunties, and it's time for this one. What you say? What you say, Auntie Tia?
I'm trying to be compassionate, and I always want to be realistic with
Yeah.
what people can do. Um, I find it odd that for many black women and black girls, there is a bill just begging to be signed that addresses the very thing that everybody gets on Discord or Twitter, Facebook, Rumble now, I've seen people talk crazy on LinkedIn, Facebook for sure. That is goddamn. It's old people ghetto, and then IG is I can't even explain that. Oh, and then there's people like Miss Love that are really getting some traction with TikTok, but it's a very weird thing to me. It's almost like it's a particular age because I am 44, Miss D is 42, and you are 50 plus.
55,
I
yeah.
can have a but I know your age. I just it's unladylike.
Well, I'm not a lady.
This no that part that you just said in the sense of I am not a good person. I think more people need to have that moment with themselves of like I also can be the monster in somebody else's dream. I also can be the antagonist or narcissistic. I don't know
Yes.
if I'm not with genuine people, I may not have a good register of if I'm like turning people off or turning people like do you want to push people away or bring people in? The people that you bring in, do you want to bring them to your heart? Or are you just kind of talking with them? Or are we having like a lesson? Like our interaction is an ascension to the next level for myself. What I have found, and it's you know what I I hear and I understand this so well. If you are a working mom, be you married or not, with kids that have got to get back and forth to school, you've got to get back and forth to work. Their life is going to happen. But while you're busy doing life, they are rewriting laws. And when somebody's like, hey, it's a fire, it can't be, oh, I know it's a fire, but I didn't start it. And I know it's a fire, but why do I need to put it out? And I know it's a fire, but um, I that doesn't have anything to do with me. I didn't start that fire. Yeah, girl, but it's a collective. Like if we do this together,
But
we'll
but
get some
but
good
you're in the
traction.
same room as I am. So we're all burning, including you. It didn't no one said you started the fire. But we're
I mean,
all in the same
what
room
who's
that
who's
somebody
saying
went around with gasoline and stood back and started pitching matches at, and now it's a fire. Now,
who sung that
allegedly, I
song?
might know a little something about that, but still,
Who sung that? Is it David Bowie? We didn't start the fire. The fire song. It was
I don't
always
know.
churning as the year was burning. We did start the fire. Okay, so I have my Metallica shirt on
Okay,
today.
Metallica.
Um, my husband took me for a surprise date. It was really cool. That's my one new thing to learn about your aunties. I love any kind of music. I like to go and hear people play sitars, and I like to go to live bands. I like to go hear the blues. I like to go to the opera. I like to go to me for me. Um, music is probably the best way that I can express myself. I'm trying to think of a song of
But
where I am with Black women. One
but
for sure, Jill Scott Petition. Jill Scott Petition is not. It's very much. It is a required listen. It is a required listen and listen all the way through before you make a judgment on it. And then I challenge people if you come back and say you listen to it and put the put your feeling. I am willing to sponsor a Miss Love experience. So write it down. Um, you
it's in
have to
the
say
it's
what
in the description. The link is in the description. It's right. Miss D Deanne Matthews is in the description as well because she has you know a lot of people that are coming here when we're doing Noir Aunties are following Miss D. So yeah.
I would like
You
some
know what?
followers too, y'all. You can. I do have a little small page.
Did you put it back up, girl? Girl,
What?
I love you for that. Your YouTube page.
Oh, I never turned it. I didn't turn it off. I just blocked
Oh,
people's access.
okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure.
Look,
Okay, wait a
I,
minute.
I,
Because
I gotta be with Miss D with the nacho dealer. It's not my business. I mean nachos.
that does. Okay, so I think we should bring the bill into it again, right? In a bit, because um another part of the fear, doubt, and the competitive thing, I feel like, is if that individual or a small group or a larger group of people don't feel quote unquote interested, it's not actually affecting their daily life as of yet.
Okay.
Though I can make an argument about Roe versus Wade because nobody believed that was going to happen either. Okay. But anyway, I digress. Um, I mean, before you found out about the bill recently. So the bill has been there, you're right. But I think we also have to talk about, when we're talking about fear, doubt, and competition or whatever, I think we also have to look at the ways we don't face our fears. Okay. So I think one of the things that's happened, like when you found out, you jumped right on it, right? After we talked, and you were like, "Where's it?" I'm like, "Girl, I don't remember numbers." This be a tip, girl. All I know is
But
Bill says this, this, and this, and she
I'm
popped
like,
right in there. Miss D was like, "Poof, got it." She goes, "I got it," and started reading and blah. You know, um, and the bill we're talking about is a bill in the Congress, U.S. Congress, that would um make Black women and Black girls a protected class. But again, what is really stopping us, right, from doing those things to hold ourselves sacred, protected, and uplifted, and other Black women sacred, protected, and uplifted? And some of it has to do with fear, some of it has to do with doubt, and some of it has to do with our idea of competition. And what kills me is the general prize that generally basically Black women, quote unquote, are fighting over is slightly Black dick, but more so trying to fit in somebody else's belief about us rather than our own belief of us. So we don't really face those fears and doubts. We go to our Bible and say, God, Jesus told us don't fear. Okay, God said don't fear. If you believe on me, you should not have fear or doubt. So then we're taking one of our safety measures away and we're putting that on another entity. Now, yeah, it's God and Jesus that some of us are putting it on, but it means that you don't have to be responsible or accountable for the actions that you chose to that got you here, because you are a huge part of your environment. And it really is up to you as a grown Black woman to protect yourself. But if you're waiting for some other entity to do that, every 4.5 hours, a Black woman is being murdered by a Black man. And we have a bill in Congress that could stop that. While and that bill doesn't cover everything, but what it does is it opens us up, right? So we can have some room to fucking breathe. without being attacked, literally, physically attacked, fiscally attacked, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually attacked from all different sides. But we're going to have to face our problem with fear, doubt, and competition. I don't see any way around it. Okay. So, um, Miss Tiff, did you want to say something before I start giving? Like, I want to kind of get us all on the same page when it comes to what does this mean? Just like give us a kind of a baseline, and we might not all agree on what that baseline is, but it just kind of gives us a framework to start from in this conversation. So I do want to give us some like common definition.
So, what are you wanting me to say?
I don't know. That's what I was saying. Did you have something to say before I
Um,
start doing that? Hi, MP.
I know MPL. Hey, yes. Um, hmm. Um. So yeah, we're just going to be like real blunt. Depending upon a woman's proximity to a man, may be the proximity of how deep you can go with particular relationships. Specifically, if you don't or you find yourself triggered by particular parties, um, I don't see the benefit of huffing and puffing every day. I get it. I know Miss Love gets it. I know it is disappointing, but if your man is not going to always be there for you, then the only thing you have left are your friends. So we've got to do a better job at, I don't know if we need to have, now, Miss Love is going to laugh, but did I not? I reached out to her and Miss D and said, I really enjoy talking to y'all. I really feel seen. I want to continue to build our friendship. Is this something you're interested in? And they said yes. So then I said, okay, great. I need you to be safe for me, and I need to be safe for you. So when we're not, we agree that we can talk about it. Yes. And entered in, and I'm, y'all know I'm kind of corny. So I sent them a picture of a proposal on the knee, like, will you be my friend? But I think that that is part of the issue. We're not very mindful. We just meet people that we kind of vibe with, and we start talking to them, and we have things in common. And then the next thing you know, you're talking all the time. Now, God forbid anything happen, you have a trauma bond, and it just may be a friendship that was supposed to be for a season and not a
Mm-hmm.
lifetime. Um, I also do not think that we talk enough about friendship breakups. That's let me knock on wood, and that is wood. I'm married, but I have parents that separated and went through a divorce. Divorce is quite nasty. Friendship breakups are very, very nasty, especially if you have been invested in this person's life. You know their kids, they know your kids. Y'all summered and vacationed and all of the things, but y'all just are so on, two different trajectories that it's like, I
Yeah.
can, it's not a, I'm not your friend. It's just where you are and where I am are not in alignment. I love you, but I've got to do my work. You love me, you got to do your work. And if it's meant for us to come back together, then it will naturally happen. But I think a lot of people, for fear of being alone, they stay in shitty friendships. And their friendships look no different than their relationships. So I can see in my own behavior of like, I'm like, love bomb, all in. I love you. You're great. You're amazing. Start pissing me off. And then I'm just gonna pull back and pull back and pull back. And then by the time the person realizes like, oh, she's acting different. What's up? I'm done. It's not right. I don't think it's the most mature at all. But your girl is trying to keep her nerves together. Like, I have high blood pressure now. A yoga teacher with high blood pressure. Yeah, I literally today was the first day on my mat since probably this year. Yeah, and I needed it.
Well, there's been, girl, if you don't get off me, I'm talking to the dog. Sorry.
I
Um,
and what she got? A toy?
no, it's just her rabies shot. That's why I be telling people, okay, no, you can't kiss my ass, but you can kiss hers now. She got rabies shot. Um, however, um, you know, like you said, it's like a fearful thing, and you're really talking about how you are learning and evolving, you know, and how we can be in different, can turn around, we're just not in the same place. Because I've had friendships that we just quietly went our own ways, but I've
Mm,
also had those hard um, friendships. um, I've really not ever been a person that didn't say what was on her mind, basically. As a grown woman, like I say what's on my mind. And I come to the person. So you're not gonna hear something behind your back. If we're quote unquote friends, you're not gonna hear it behind your back before you heard it in your front when where I'm concerned, you know. Um, but the other thing that I find, Auntie Tiff, is that on the other end of that is this expectation outside of myself before I'm ever even a friend to myself, before I have decided what friendship actually looks like. Who am I going to be as a friend, and who I want to be as a friend, and then who I want in my circle. Because I'm beyond the days of Captain Save a Ho, friend or not. Okay. I'm beyond those days. I don't have a problem with other people doing that if that's what they want to do. But I've evolved beyond that because I'm looking at a much bigger picture and all of that. But I protect my energy, and I protect um myself as an empath, because people will latch on to me and not let go, even though they are doing far better now than what they were. And I have decided for myself that I am going to be upfront with, this is where I'm at, and today I don't have the energy. I understand that you're going through something, but I think what happens is when we go through things, and I know I've done this, we can't even begin to see that other people might be going through things as well, you know? And while one of us can be the solid point for one set of friendships, for one group, and it really drains us. On the other side, um we might be the one doing the draining. So I think we have to really look at the balance of it. And you do need to choose who it who your friends are going to be, but I don't even understand how you do that before you understand yourself, what friendship is to you, and have those conversations as you guys go along, and not just assuming that the other person knows how the other person feels, or that the other person is responsible for your happiness or whatever. Okay, because that's something I use my husband as an example. He used to say that all the time. I want to make you happy, and that's all I'm here for. This that, cut that shit out. Okay, cut that shit out. I'm responsible for my happiness as a grown woman. And that also means I'm accountable and not just responsible but accountable. Okay, that's not on somebody else. And that's something that we're going to talk about in here too, because we're talking about fear, doubt, and competition. Your feelings are your own when you a grown ass person. Okay. And while someone can add to your feelings or add negatively or positively to your feelings, you, when you recognize that you have the power over your feelings, no one else can make you happy or sad. That's on you, right? You deal with the effect that another person's having on you, of course. But you also are very clear that my feelings are mine, girl. You can't make me feel one way or another. And so you don't have that power, sir. Nope. Nope. Shh. Let's not talk about it. Let's get naked. I don't want to. So, but for real, one of the reasons I'm very clear on, he's not responsible for my happiness or my sadness. Those are mine, but I also have power over them. So he doesn't have the power to go, well, I did this and I did that and the other thing to make you happy. I don't care. That's not grown people problems. Okay. And we can go back and forth all day. And I did this, that, and yet. Next, what's your point? What is your point? Because that's just rhetorical. I don't care. We're both grown. So we do really have to get into fear, doubt, and competition. Okay. So here's what I propose. Because I want to share a different perspective, of course, with everyone. And maybe you'll be able to implement some of what we're saying today in your own lives. You know, um, I hope it helps. Um, I really do. Hello, the cultured connoisseur. How are thou? Okay, so let's get into it. Um, I'm just I'm just pulling definition. Wait, what did I just do? There. Okay. I'll just pull in dictionary definitions really quick. Okay. So fear is described as a distressing emotion aroused by impending danger, evil, pain, etc. Whether the threat, I want you to remember that word threat. Hello, the other MJ. Whether the threat is real or imagined. Okay? The feeling or condition of being afraid. Um, you can have like specific instances of fear that have that may have hormonal type issues like a phobia, right? And things like that. And you can't always command that because it may have something to do with your levels of hormones, right? And that's why we need to have regular checkups with someone that we can trust with our bodies as black women and black girls, right? We need to have regular lab tests. I don't want somebody coming in here listening to me and going, okay, you're fine. No, 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 no. No, you can't tell shit by that. You ain't that bright, honey. So we're gonna have to do lab tests this. and I'm going to need to see those results. And we're going to work from there because you're on my team. You're on my team, ma'am or sir. But I run this team. You're an expert on here, and if you'd like to remain, play your part. Okay. So, and we can also have anxiety. And anxiety is actually usually things that you fear that could happen. Okay. Depression is actually the other side of the spectrum. It's things that have happened that cause doubts and fears and things like that. And we get stuck on a wheel of pain. Okay. So that's fear. Um, so I just want to, here's afraid really quick, right? They're just a hair different. It's a feeling of fear, yes, but you can be filled with apprehension. So again, they're putting anxiety and fear together and calling it afraid. And afraid becomes a very important word in fear, doubt, and competition. So you can feel regret when you're afraid. You can feel reluctant. You can feel unwilling to do something, right? It can be distasteful to you. So that's being afraid. Now, if I told you that to me, fear, the way I see fear, my fear and my doubt is that I'm getting ready to do something extraordinary that I've not quite done before. So, generally, when I'm having fear and apprehension, it's it has to do with my relationship that I've formed with fear and my relationship that I've formed with doubt. Because the way I see them is fear is really trying to keep me safe. And I listen to the fear because it's an input, it's giving me information. But I also will validate it. Is it something that is valid? Is the fear that I'm feeling valid? So you actually have to check in to see if you're feeling fear, yes, it feels real to you, yes, and is it a fact? So that's where actually looking at the fear and saying, hmm, is something I really need to be worried about? Or, and then you can step off from there. Or let's say you're in an emotionally unsafe situation. And every time this certain person walks in, you feel apprehensive. Okay. Because the environment isn't safe. And so you go back and you look, when you get in relationship with your fear, you're like, okay, so what's going on here? Hmm, let's see. Let's see if what I'm feeling matches up with what's really happening. And oftentimes you go back and just take some breaths, right? And you go back and look, you can figure out pretty quickly if your fear is an actual fact and not just real to you. Okay? That's how I started making fear work for me. Because, oh, you telling me something. Let me listen. Okay. Let's see if that's true. Girl, hold on a second. Because what happens in our brains is, or what we think happens is something happens to us, some person rolls up on us or whatever, and we go straight to a reaction. And that is not what happens in our brain. What happens in our brain is we have a thought, we have a physical input that might have elicited that thought, or we just have a thought. So let's say we pinched our finger. That pain is an input to tell you something's wrong, right? And you look down at your finger and like, oh, there's a bee. And right there, you see how you checked your fear? And it is valid. We need to do something now, right? But if you look down at your finger and you're like, oh, it's just itching, then you can move on to do some other steps. See what I'm saying? So fear is a feeling for a reason. And if we go back to the biblical thing, we all know I'm God is born and not a believer in Christ. But if we go back to the biblical thing, fear is something in most creatures that are sentient. So if we believe that God made us, then we're going to have fear because we shouldn't be stuck on stupid if an actual lion is facing us, right? Because now we know we need to run. That's maybe not gonna do any good, but I used to tell the kids, y'all on your own. I love y'all, but that's too far. A rabbit, that's just a fake rodent. No, so is that fear? Can you validate it? And then if it is fact, then you can act, right? So you're giving your brain what it really is doing. A thought and a feeling, then you have an emotion, you have whatever your belief system is, and then you act. You think you're going from a situation or a person that pisses you the hell off to a reaction because that's what the hell they get. Okay. But actually, there are steps in your brains in between, and you can slow yourself down, right? So when I'm feeling doubt, I'm like, ooh, girl, get ready to blow some shit up. Just wait. Just wait. I want to do something I haven't done before, girl. This is exciting. But it doesn't mean that I don't have, second guess myself sometimes. But as I've gotten older, I've learned to trust myself, and I've learned to trust my relationship to my feelings and my emotions. And I've learned to slow myself down just a little bit. Okay. Some shit I'm gonna punch somebody in the throat with. I'm just gonna tell you allegedly. Like if you come and try to touch my head, why you want me really? Oh, if you don't mind. If you don't mind being punched in the throat, no. It's fair exchange. So there are some things that I'm just going to, it's going to seem like I'm just reacting, but I've already thought it through. If that happens, if that boundary is crossed, here's what's going to happen. So, so you can take your fears and make them useful to you. And when you do, you start to trust in yourself. Am I making sense, Miss Tiff?
Yeah, so the way that I was taught about fear is it's taught as an acronym. So the false evidence appearing real. So there's something about the paradigm that you believe to be true, but it's not. So it skews your point of view. And then when you talked about checking to make sure that it's a valid fear, because I do think, I guess, an example that I would use that I ponder about with the community, um, why don't we build anything? And I'm like, are we still shell shocked from Black Wall Street, from Rosewood? Are we so afraid to build something better? Because technically, for a lot of people, you did better, you got more, and someone came because they were jealous and lazy and burned your stuff up. So that's one thing. So epigenetics and fear is a whole nother thing of the lineage of pain from multiple ancestors to now where we are, which I think is extremely unique because we lived through a pandemic. Like we lived through Trump. So I will say when he got in office, I knew things were not the way that I'd always quote unquote envisioned them to be. Um, it is probably when I lost the most friends that were non women of color and not black women. Um, yeah, very interesting when people put their beliefs out there, and it's just like, how are you saying this? And I come and I'm in your house all the time. But I think some people can make space for one, you know, one. Or you don't act like other black people. Or, you know, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. But then if you have like a very deep political conversation and nothing about them aligns with you, and it's like, girl, how have we been hanging out? How have we been talking? How did this happen? And
Because it's something that has happened generation after generation with us, with both of us, both groups. So it isn't it I think when the fact that we've been bereft of our history of black women and black girls
mm,
in particular, we we know a few, there's a few common names, but we don't we do not hear about the everyday heroes that black women and black girls were. Even when we see it, if you look at Ruby, Miss Ruby, who's still alive, she
and
was
Rock
sick.
Arkansas,
Yes, right. When they were integrating schools, and there's pictures of her and her mom walking through crowds of white folks that did not want to see schools integrated. They did effigies of this baby. They had little white women were carrying actual caskets with little colored babies in them, spitting on this child, spitting on her mother, all kinds of threats, fiendish shit, right? And this little black girl has to she doesn't even know what's really happening. She's afraid. And to tell a little black girl, oh, you shouldn't be afraid because Jesus is going, she's afraid. And for valid reasons. You see what I'm saying? So she goes into this school, but we don't even like recognize, how did this little 6-year-old black girl do this? Her and her mama, how did they do this? Because she had a daddy. There was black men in that town. Where y'all at? Where's y'all? Why are these people getting close enough to spit on this baby walking to school with her mama? How's that possible? You're not going to sit here and tell me her mother wasn't in fear because her mother said she could, like, taking that child to that school. She did it, but it was one of the hardest things she's ever done. But we don't look at the humanity of black women and black girls and the fact that we actually do have real life fear. So to tell us that if we only have faith, we wouldn't have fear is bullshit. Because what happens is then you can't make a decision about what you're going to do to face this fear. And so that brings us to courage. I raised my daughter not just in what I said, but what I did. I raised my daughter to see a Black woman who actually did have feelings, who actually did feel pain and hurt and disappointment. She saw me feel those things. I didn't hide that from her or my son. You need to know I'm human too. And yes, I can do some miraculous shit being a Black woman. And I'm human too. Okay. So she's almost 24, and she tells me constantly that, I just don't have fear. Because all I remember hearing is, it's okay that you're afraid. That's okay, baby. You can be afraid, and you're going to do it afraid. But the good news is, your mama, am going to be here right with you. So when I taught her to swim at 3 years old, same around the same time I taught my son when he was 3, I held them through it until they could start to have the courage. And that means even while they were afraid, they get to be afraid, but you're going to do it anyway. And I'm going to help you to be safe while you do it. They first had to have trust in me from the time they were 0 to 3, right? That I was there every time that they had a specific type of cry with the answer to that cry. So they learned to trust, because I built that trust. I didn't assume they should have trust in me. They should see what I do and how I respond to them, and then day after day build that trust. So by the time she's 3, even though she is afraid, she's holding on to her mama, and she's being walked out into the water. And we're slowly dipping down in the water. And then I teach her how to hold her breath. I let go of her at the side, but I stay right next to her. You understand? So she thinks it's okay if I'm afraid. I'm gonna do this shit afraid though. I can do this shit afraid. And if I need support, I know how to call Pookie and them, and that's me and the whole security team. Yeah, we come in different from different directions. So you see, if we do this with our young Black girls, and we do this with our young Black women, you see the difference it makes? She doesn't even think in those terms of, she sees fear is an emotion, a feeling that is telling her something. She stops to figure out what it's telling her, and then she responds. She decides what she's going to do about it. Sometimes she does something about it. Sometimes there's nothing to do, right? Or sometimes it's it's a you know, okay, I might need help on this, or you know what, I can do this. Because courage really does mean, in my mind, you can be afraid, but you still can do whatever it is and not let the fear stop you, but let it be an input to you that's telling you, okay, now let's be careful. This doesn't feel right. And sometimes it doesn't feel right because it's not something you've ever experienced, right? But if you start changing your relationship with fear, and you start changing your relationship with doubt, and you have them work for you, girl, girl, Black women are and Black girls are elemental. I say that all the time, okay? But I think we've been programmed to never talk about our emotions. No, we just hold it, and only a very few people get to have that, see us vulnerable. because we really can't trust this society, man. We have real reason to fear. We have some real shit going on that is fearful shit. But at the same time, if you just go, well, I'm just going to leave it to Jesus, I'm just going to pray on it and whatever, then um, we went from 2020 black women being murdered every 6 hours by black men to 2021 and 22 every 5 to 6 hours, and 2023 that there it's every 4.5 hours. And we, for whatever our fear is, whatever's causing us anxiety, will not face this. But it is definitely facing us. So we can have friendships, no problem. But we also have to be real within ourselves about getting being afraid, but getting past that fear to do something like go get our concealed carry and our permit to carry. Because we are literally sitting ducks. And I can be honest with all of you. I'm actually not a sitting duck. Like Fred Sanford used to say, if I didn't care. See, I don't care about all these other entities because I care about black women and black girls. I could be chilling because I got a semi-auto shotgun. I mean, that's my Second Amendment right. I'm now carrying concealed two, wherever I go, two. That's my Second Amendment right. And you have that Second Amendment right. And I encourage us to start changing our relationship with fear and doubt and let it be an input to us, not a hindrance, not stop us from doing the real things that we need to do to secure our own person. Because we have some sort of idea that somebody else should be securing us. Yes, the bill in Congress, if it could ever get out of committee, if we could ever get together as black women, say, no, we're going to do this shit. Okay. Or we're going to put a stop to everything in the United States. Because we can do that shit in a day. Okay. We change elections as black women. Okay. We can create out of midair. That's how fly and God is born we are. But we will give you as outside folks a quick consequence. If you ain't holding us sacred, protected, and uplifted, and keeping your mouth shut, and don't write nothing about us, don't include us in your dumbass bills and shit like that, hey, cool. Otherwise, there will be immediate, efficient, and effective consequences. And my number one consequence, yes, I'm going to say it, and guess what? It doesn't even involve violence. Proud of me? Yeah. Is deny them access. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't doing shit. Don't call me and ask me for nothing. Because it seems to me, all of y'all out there, you other demographics, you all say you Christians, you need to be sending your prayer requests to Jesus, not me. Because we got love is ahead of the prayer request line. She denying everybody. Ain't nobody getting no prayer request done. What? No. You call the wrong group of people. We let us deny them access one day. Just one. This whole shit will crumble.
That part.
Okay? Let me tell you what I used to tell my children as they were growing up. And I mean this shit. And what they saw me do on the street with grown men toe to toe, because you're not going to roll up on me. If you treat me like a bitch on the street, I'm going to show you what it is. Allegedly. We're not going to do this with me. And when we get out, when we look at our fears, it's not that I shouldn't be afraid of a grown man and not step to him or whatever. Also, I'm warrior born, right? So it's not that there shouldn't be a fear there, right? For most women there is. For me there is not. You up on me, I don't care who you are. I was trained for this shit. Okay? Roll up and this is what's going to happen. So my children understood, you know, because we when we start raising children, they become teenagers. They start feeling whatever the hormones raging. Some there must be some hormone that tells them that they could actually front on they mama called love at least once and see how it goes. Cause I'll meet a 13-year-old in the parking lot at the school. Who you talking to? Oh, you said something smart last night? Oh, for real? Because I've been very clear with my children. Now we've grown into friendships, right? Because they now take care of themselves. But I have been able to show my children over the years and explain to them over the years, if I pull from you, you got not a motherfucking thing. The whole you if I if you don't exist to me anymore, girl, well, I don't know what you're talking about. They all understand that because I'm giving all of me as your mother who is a single parent and working and putting herself back through school. Those things they told us about, if oh, you have to clean, keep your house clean, do this, do that. A man ain't gonna stay, so you got to get your education together. You have to be everything for everybody at all times. Girl, no, I don't. Now the kids, that's a different thing. They little, they childrens. Okay, they need to be protected. They need to be safe. They need to be loved. We need to figure out who they are for themselves, and we need to cultivate that and love on them. Okay. But we also need to discipline them. And part of their discipline is learning that as a Black mother, don't nobody get to treat me crazy, including you, including you, and especially you. If I deny anyone access, you're done. There's nothing. You don't exist. We can do that as Black women, but we're working through fears that we haven't addressed. What happens if we tell people they don't get to talk to us or look at us and to put my motherfucking money in the bank? What happens? What are we afraid is going to happen that already hasn't? What hasn't been done to us? I'd just like to know. And who in these demographics hasn't done it? And we've had to help them to feel good about our abuses, being terrorized in our own homes, walking down the street, in a store, driving, going to motherfucking work every single day with these people. Don't tell me you ain't never had your money fucked with. Don't even say it, Black women. I know you have. If you gone out there to work, if you have a bank account, if you have whatever it is, these folks have fucked with your money and said, and, but oh, them. They ain't trying to talk to you. They trying to get their money. So I'm saying to us, Can we start to have a different relationship with fear? Can we face our fear? And can we still get things done for ourselves? The compassion, love, and kindness that we can give ourselves, and have our fears work for us, not us working to to do anything to not face them. We would, girl, if I hear one more person say love and hip hop, okay, we will look at everything. We will watch every kind of drama. We are drama junkies, right? And then if somebody like Tiff comes to you and says there's a bill that could protect black women and black girls, it would put us in a protected class. It's already there. It's been there for almost 5 years. Okay? But nobody wants to get with it as black women because guess what I hear all the time? I'm too tired. Oh, nobody's going to do all that. What if white people get mad? We can't do anything without them. No, we can't. I know black men aren't doing well, but I think we need to spend all of our energy having these conversations with grown ass motherfuckers who've already made choices
It's
instead of working together, whether we like each other or not, because I know good and well we don't like a lot of folks out there that we have had to work with, but we worked with them and we got shit done. And then we went our separate ways. Now, why can't we do that as black women and black girls? Because we're gonna get in the competition. Yes, Miss Tiff. Yes.
um, so I'll just go over what what I heard. Let's see. So I'm gonna say something, and I know you'll note it, and we'll come back.
Okay.
But the first thing that I noted was the GI Bill and broken promises, and that happened in 1944. You got our rights, voters, 65, 64, 65. Um, we have had grandparents or great grandparents that were sharecroppers. So I do think the the distrust can sometimes be effective, but the fear can always be quite crippling. Um, you talked about not having fear. A lot of times, I think we have limiting beliefs. So we only believe we can go so far as what we have seen visually manifest in the world. Where you have other people that are like, "Oh, I know I'm gonna have more. I know it's gonna." It's like a. I'm not trying to be nasty to make this comparison, but it's like Tabitha Brown versus Wendy Williams, where one just seems full of faith and she talks about hearing the spirit and you know she does that. I don't know Miss Wendy's, and it's not my business, but I do know how they're presenting in life is is very different. um so we did the false evidence appearing well. We did the limiting beliefs, and I love how you said it. When I had teams that I would coach, we would talk about Nike, just do it. Like sometimes you just gotta do it. I think what stops a lot of black women is um, paralysis of perfection. I think for the most of us, we don't get a chance to make an error. If we are one of the only ones, we feel as though we are carrying the entire community and their experience of blackness with us. And I wish there's a way, because it is cool how we can come together and be family and call each other cousins and all that. That's beautiful. That's amazing. But it's like, can we please just do one serious thing? Like, can we do one serious thing? I'm not asking people to write the bill, it's already written. I'm not asking you to prove nothing. It's literally 4 clicks. And everything that people are on this app complaining about every day. Did you pull up the bill?
No. We you want to put it in the chat?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. Um, so two things, and the reason why I brought it up was when I was searching for the actual bill, it brought up the GI Bill. And when I think about like before, I think you had been sold as long as you participate, as long as you follow these rules, you will get the same benefits that other people get. And I'm wondering if when that GI Bill happened and you had all these men that, went to Vietnam and came back and, didn't get the loans, didn't get the
School.
it's a break of trust. So if I put my life on the line for, we'll say, Americans, women,
Hmm.
children, men, whatever, and then I come back and I have less rights, I don't get the same thing as my peers, and also because I've been gone and this woman has learned how to work and be effective, you don't know who to be, how to be, or what to do. I get it, but Black women are always in figuring it out mode. Um, the fact that I am in Texas and you are in the Carolinas and the gentlewoman of California, um, I know Yaz is, I think, mid state. We know people from all over the world that
Yeah,
we are
we
making
do.
connections with. So my thing now with Black men is you're responsible for your own image, and if you don't think that you are in a dire type thing, that's not my issue. It's just not. I have marched. We all know I have given Dr. Umar money. Um, I have had my fair share of, oh, I want to do this. Oh, like, if you look at somebody's resume, you're like, oh my God, let me just fix this for you. So the whole just fix it, I think we have, I do not like the word coddle. I think what we've allowed to happen is a bunch of men are competently incompetent. And I talk about this, and you even said it. I find it very odd that a man can go to work or a woman can go to work for 8 to 10 hours, whether you're working from home or whatever. You can be tapped into people that are not intimately connected to you and have a monicum of decency. And then once your day is over, you hop online. The first thing you want to start doing is calling people mammies, pick me's, and uh, trash bags, and it's just there is a way to dissent without dehumanizing people. So that's one of the things I think that when you talk about listening to behaviors and how people are showing up, like, is this a legitimate fear? And for a lot of women, it really is. And we talked about this last week. I should need to know your story to know that you need to be safe. I should not have to have you replay, re-trigger for my benefit for me to say, oh, okay, you are a palatable victim now. And that's one of the things that you gotta, yeah, I'm saying love mom. That was your, I don't know if this is a woman or a man, but this was years ago. And I'm going to say something. I hope you don't take it offensively. But if someone is on stage and sharing, this is one of the things that we've got to do better. Look at how that is worded and think about how it could potentially come across. And then really think like, what was the purpose of even saying that? Because that's where I am now with Black women. Like, what when you said that to me, was the purpose to hurt, harm, or humiliate? Because I'm already saying I know it's wrong, right?
Well,
So
maybe she's agreeing with you. She or he.
mm,
Maybe they're, I don't know. Maybe they're saying love bombing it because you said it yourself.
yeah,
That's not a
yeah.
way to do it, you know, and you've made some mistakes. So it could be that the cultured connoisseur is agreeing and saying, yeah, love bombing isn't really stop. Sorry, love bombing really isn't a good way to start a friendship or a partnership. So it could be that
I would hope
that
so.
that you know
Yeah,
that
I would hope so.
I don't know, but
Um,
um
but this is the other thing that you said. So we went through fear, we went through false evidence, but um, giving people permission to be afraid. You've got to. I think no, I'm not even gonna make it cute. I'm so sick of the strong black woman trope. Like, I'm not fucking strong. I'm tired. I'm tired of dealing with people. If you don't have my best interest, I don't want to be around you. It's not anything personal, but I'm tired as hell. And I'm like, okay, well, let me add 10 more years to the tired. So that means Miss Love is tired AF. So then if you're in your 30s, you're tired, but you don't have the same experiences.
but see,
And also,
we're comparing again. That's another
no, 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 not
that's
comparing, not comparing. Saying we. This is the thing, Miss Love. People will see how you are living, and they will want to live how you are living. And they're
mhm.
25, and you are 55. So you have 30 years of building. Your life is going to look a little different, and that's
Yeah,
okay. So when you
yeah.
talk about competing in comparison, there was a time where I would have been an awful wife. I would have been a very nasty, mean kind of chick. Can still do that sometimes, and can but I own my behaviors, and that is where we have to do and where we need to be as Black women. You've got to own your behaviors, positive and negative. We're not all sugar and we're not all shit, but if you're out here harming people just for shits and giggles, like an Anton Daniels, or just pearly things. Um, my qualm is like, why do we even know who these people are?
But oh, hi, the other MJ. Hi, Train Pack too. I'm so glad to see you all here. Um, okay, can I go back to the strong black woman trope?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I do hear that a lot. That black women feel tired of having to live up to that.
Mm-hmm.
And here again is where fear, doubt, and competition are. The fact that people call me strong means nothing to me. The fact that people call me weak means nothing to me. The fact that people call me masculine or feminine or what the fuck ever means nothing to me, right? Because what means something to me is what I've chosen to believe about myself, who I am, and what I want. So, as it stands, I am strong. I'm just not strong for all of you demographics because access denied. Okay? As it stands, I'm not only strong, but a word I like to apply to Black women, well, too, is powerful and elemental. And I'm not giving that to other demographics. I'm over you. I am over you. I have I have studied your history. I have studied mine. I have studied myself. I have studied children. I have studied black men throughout history. Do you guys know that patriarchy is only about 4,000 years old? Y'all all think that patriarchy has always been. It hasn't. Black women are millions of years old. The next group of people who migrated from our bodies and moved eastward were Middle Eastern people and Asian people, and they're 50,000 years old. The indigenous people who are on these here Americas, they're about 25,000 years old. And those cute little Europeans, they're only about 6,000 years old. So it stands to reason that Black women are what these other people call Black girl magic. But here's the deal, I don't have to grant you access to none of me. I ain't got to do shit for you. Because what you guys have tried to do is you have tried to harness that power and make us believe that we don't have it. And to for us to lay our quote unquote fears at the feet of another entity, including the men in the society. When they're the people that do the most damage to us. And I don't care what type of man. I don't care what their ethnicity or whatever is. But we are primarily being unalived by Black men. We're being assassinated in front of our own children. Now let me tell you who else did the same exact thing. But we fought them down and that shit has stopped.
Is there a small person at your house? Because I
There
hear.
is a whining dog.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. No, I
Um,
hear. I want you just to make sure he sounds precious. Why are you not on the camera? He wants some love, Mama Love.
thank you. I'm
No.
good. No, we're good. Um, but if you go back, the Jim Crow era, Black women were being raped every single day, all day by white men. It was evident, and there was no repercussion. None. Zero. Got it? Zero. We were being lynched. We were being tortured. And usually, when we were lynched, we were either pregnant or we were lynched with our children.
Trigger warning.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. So, so I, so what happened? If any of you really want to know who did what in this book, oh Lord, I always turn it the wrong way. Okay. In this book, At the Dark End of the Street, we put that up last week. I think
I just stopped mine.
you will find what all of these different Black women who participating, who put it together to stop the lynchings of Black men. Okay, we worked on that primarily because isn't that what we do as Black women? We've been taught to protect and preserve their image and provide for them. That's what we've been taught to do. But on the other hand, they didn't do that for us. In fact, a lot of us have never heard of the things that were done to Black women. And all of the women who got together to put a stop to it. Black women ended slavery. Okay? I don't know what y'all read, but what I've read, Black women ended slavery. Black women ended the Jim Crow era. Black women couldn't even vote till 1965. So all that time that Black women were in the streets, coming, going Some of us went to college. We came back. We worked together. Septima Clark came up with the whole how you teach primarily Black men to read enough to go sign their name and everything at the boat, right? And answer the constitutional question. So she did that. A Black woman who was a
Say her
teacher,
name again.
Septima Clark. So
September, like September.
Sep, Septima, Septima Clark with a C. She did all of that. Martin Luther King came, she's 30 years older than Martin Luther King. She was there at those different places that he was, but he wouldn't say her name, honey. She couldn't get on the agenda, but she wrote the script for how they all operated during civil rights. She educated them. Rosa Parks was one of her students. She took a white man gave her property, allowed her to use property in Tennessee, and she started that whole program, the Civil Rights Playbook. She wrote it and taught it. So we have this thing where I feel like when we say we're not this, I don't want to be the strong woman. I don't want, that's because we've always been in a position because of whether it's fear or doubt or just, we're trying to survive. Okay. We've always been in this kind of weird position where other people are always defining us. And then we try to fit into what their definition of us is. And then we turn around to each other and say, okay, we in a competition here because that's what a patriarchy runs off of. Scarcity, which breeds competition, which is a capitalist, that's a way you get money off of people. Okay, human resources. So here we are, we're going to compete against each other in small and big ways. But we're not going to turn that conversation around to the people who actually did what they did. Now we actually pit that, the civil rights era and everything Black women did, the our enslavement. Black women did that shit. See, Black men could vote, they were too scared to go. Black women got in the streets, took the beatings.
It was the
And
kids.
when Black women went to jail, it
Baby.
wasn't just beatings.
It was the babies.
Broken bones, all of that. They took that. And Black women couldn't vote. They've been in the streets for 200 and something years trying to get Black men equality when Black men were going to do that themselves. You know what Black women lost trust in? You know when we really started saying to each other, because we could, get your education. Let me tell you when that happened. When the Red Summer happened. Because we can look outside of ourselves and say, these violent ass two toys and caucasoids came through and set fire to stuff and put lakes over shit, and killed so many Black women and children, just like they did Native Americans. But I'm gonna say this. So we were depending on Black men to protect what was built. We all know how the white folks get down in these United States. I say we got the best white folks on the planet. Okay. I'll take anybody. I'll take anybody's trying to make that difference, honey. Okay. because they burned their own before they ever came here alive. So you thought you was special? You not. So if that's who you've been dealing with all this time, why wouldn't you put together your own militia? Why wouldn't you be in concert with one another as black men, the protectors? Why didn't you stop the lynching? Why when that baby went down there that y'all all like to talk about, bring his name up to the, why when that when what's that baby's name? 14, and they
Oh, Emmett
name
Till.
it Emmett Till. Why when the them white boys showed up at the door and they knocked on the door and said, we want that boy? Why did the black men in that room open up the door and show them where that little baby boy was, and tell that little boy, the black man, the uncle, his mother's, told him to put his shoes on and go with these white boys when they knew what they were going to do? And you could go from house to house and they did the same shit when it came to black women and black children. So we know down deep, some of us know it more on a actual what it is level, right? That they do not protect us. They don't. They never have. They don't. They didn't do what was necessary for them to protect themselves when they should have been voting. Why did black women have to get to the streets for you, a grown ass black men? If you're all that, if you're the leader, why didn't you learn yourself how to read? Why didn't you learn the Constitution for yourself so you could go vote? Why didn't you put all that together? Why did it take black women at all? While we were working in the fields and we were working in these people's houses and we were doing the whole most, and you was whipping our tails and going having babies on us back then. 1910, 1920, 1930, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And here we all are in 2023 doing the same shit. So I don't really care if people think I'm strong or not. They don't define me. I'm not trying to fit into one stereotype or another. I am disinterested. Ain't shit none of these people can tell me, because I've watched them repeat these behaviors over and over. So if we have our fears and our doubt, we have good reason for them, yes. Should it stop us from building for ourselves? No. Should it stop us from protecting our own person, ourselves? Should that stop us? Because if I hear black women keep saying, well, I'm afraid. I'm afraid if I get a pew pew, I'm just afraid of them. Okay, that's okay. You can be afraid. It's all right. But you can still go and get your permit, and you can still go with some certified instructors and get on the range. You can still learn how to operate it, huh? You can still learn how to keep yourself and your family safe. You can still learn all of that afraid. You can be afraid and learn. I just wanted that out there just in case. Okay? It's okay. Your feelings are telling you something, and I want us to learn to trust ourselves. I want us to learn to look at our feelings, verify them, and this. See, now at this stage, I've done it long enough that I trust when we say we trust our gut, I trust my gut. I know that each thing is telling me something, and I just need to take a moment to listen to my feelings and my emotions. Sometimes I need to rate them, because I'm on 10 and I need to rate them. I need to I need to decipher what the feeling is, what emotion is coming through, right? And then I need to bring myself down enough so I can think about it. Because sometimes the pain associated to of that pain associated with that fear, especially from our past that we couldn't change, that we didn't have control over as children, things like that. Sometimes we have to be able to take a breath, sit with ourselves, wrap our arms around ourselves, and just cry for the pain that we went through on so many different levels in our own individual lives. And we need to tell ourselves that we made it here and it's okay because we're not there anymore. Now we can make choices. And one of the choices we can make is to use our fear and our doubt for our advancement as individuals, for the black girls and young black women we're associated with, and for each other, right? But it's going to have to be that you decide to change your mindset. I'm not going to change it for you. I'm just giving you information. I hope that it's going to help, and it might not seem like, what is this girl talking about today? It's okay, because as you grow and you evolve, maybe it'll be useful later, okay? But I want you to recognize that you get to fear and you get to have doubt. And they're trying to protect you in ways. That's your body trying to protect you. Okay. And you can slow down and verify that, right? But you can also look at the reality of things and see what's happening around us, and not just believe in the fairy tale, right? We can validate our feelings. Come on. So, okay, that's enough whining. Sorry, you guys. Um, so I just wanna check in with this. You know, are we okay? I hope we're okay, you guys. Because this is different. This is very different, right? This is not this is not somewhere that we normally go and talk about. We generally are being told, even with amongst ourselves, you shouldn't have fear. You shouldn't let you shouldn't have doubts. And if you have doubts, there's something wrong with you. No, there's nothing wrong with you. That is your normal body.
Parasympathetic nervous system.
Hmm?
I said parasympathetic nervous system. Like we're wired.
Yes.
He said the issue is not the fear. The issue is like it's kind of like cows. How they kill cows. If the cow gets scared and it creates a bunch of cortisol in the body, it makes the
Ruins the
meat
meat.
rough. It ruins it.
Hmm.
And it's the
Hmm.
same thing in our bodies. If we just have all of this trapped up tension, dis ease of the mind becomes disease in the body. So you may have
Yes.
started off with something where you kept telling yourself a story, and then as you started telling yourself the story, then you started to believe the story, and then whatever effects that happen with the story start to come into your life. And it's one of those things to where, like, I like how you said, use the fear and doubt for the enhancement and the betterment of our lifestyle. And then talking about the mindset. I do like you saying and giving us as Black women permission to be fearful, to have doubt, to not be these da 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 superwoman. Like I ain't got it. I don't. I so reject the magical Negro. Um, I wish that we as Black women would not always tether ourselves to some of the culture, because the difference between a you, a Miss D, myself, and a Krishan Rock is tremendous. But if she is how people are experiencing Black women, that's tough, man. That's tough. Um, Personally, and I think that this is valid. I'm bringing this up because one of the things that you talked about last week was like, why are we not good friends? Like, why are we not trust? Why don't we trust people? I think the little young lady that pulled the stunt, um, that she said she saw a little white boy, and what was her name? Is it Carlicia or what? It's a Carly,
Carly.
Carly, Carly.
Mhm.
I'm frustrated with her because why did you need to go to such extreme to get attention? But I'm frustrated more with the police. I feel like they made this a thing and they knew it wasn't a thing. If you knew on Friday that you had that police video cam on the highway, and you can say, "Oh, she drove an additional 600 feet while she was talking." So you had all this information, yet you still put it out there like she was missing. That
But
to me, that to me is was a way, because let's be honest, for the past couple of months, Black women been winning. Like we saw what happened with Meg the Stallion, she won. We've seen what's her name? She come
so
Monique. We saw
the
Monique.
same the
We
same
saw
thing
Monique.
you're, but you just said that one of our fears is the paralysis of perfection. So Carly, we have as Black women mental illness too.
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
know that is what everybody else's go to is, but we don't get a go to. Okay.
That's fair.
So
That's fair.
Carly has to be, why did she need to do that? Well, I don't know why she needed to do it, but I know this: every single morning one of the things I do after I get my hour of me doing exercise, different stuff like that, is going, what the hell did dumbass people do today? So I'll spend like an hour just looking through, you know, just looking through the social media thing. That's all I'm gonna do because I got reading and all that to do, and I got fun to have, frankly. So, you know, I watch as, I know this seems to be a thing when I say white women and their violence. I watch them, and Black women go, shh, that's not something we say outside out loud. No, because what if they hear us? What if what if they hear what we're saying? Again, yeah, you got reason to fear and you got reason to have doubt, but you also have reason to know that you have power. And little girlfriend, y'all ain't doing nothing over here. None of that shit. And again, put my money in the bank. Only thing you can do for me is tithe and make it go to the bank. Don't talk. I'm grown. Okay? I am grown. Full grown. And I have been. I didn't just become grown yesterday. So I'm not your girl. I'm not your sis. I'm not any of that shit. Now, I understand that we still have to work with white women, but why do they get to make those, what do y'all call you make it cute? Karen calls. And the police know It ain't shit going on. But a white woman sheds her tear today in 2023 and backs up with her phone and goes, there's a scary black person coming at me. The police be answering that shit. I see it every day. So when you get a Carly, we don't have people that ain't right in our ranks. We don't have people that do dumbass shit. We don't have people with mental illness as black women and black girls. If anybody should be mentally ill, it should be us. Because when I look at the data, I don't see where collectively black women are pew-pewing and assassinating anyone. I don't see where we're assassinating people in the hospitals. I don't see where we're when the babies come to us, they get healed. Now, why is that? But when they go to what that girl name is, Lynn Ledby, the one who little white girl over there, she in the UK, they just convicted her of murdering neonates. She's a nurse.
Oh, the lady that 7 babies.
She killed 7 babies and she was on her way to killing 6, which means there, however long she been a nurse, she been doing just that.
Were they
Okay.
black babies or just babies?
Yeah, but she's a serial killer.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So you know what people said about her? Oh, she doesn't look like she could be though. So Carly goes and kidnaps herself and calls the police. And we really need to hate on her and be disappointed in all of that. But that white girl, I've been telling you about them all this time, but everybody wants me to shh, no, don't say that. What if they hear you? What if they hear me? Girl, they need to hear me. They need to hear me. Because let me tell you something else that y'all don't know. There's this woman who wrote a book on specifically female serial killers, and primarily they're white. And of white women who are serial killers, 40% of them work in healthcare in these United States. So when you go into the healthcare system, it's not just bias, my friends. It's not. That's not bias because we have come to believe, this is what we'll say. I've heard black women say this, that if that is happening, maybe what we need to do is try to work with these people who have bias against us, because we are not allowed to say white. We definitely are not allowed to say white woman, because there's a fear attached to that, because she is on a pedestal. And girl, let me tell you what we all gonna do is hold them sacred, protected, and uplifted. So that serial killer that they convicted, they all over there saying, "Oh, well, she don't look like she could be." Well, actually, she over 95% of white women serial killers are white. I don't know what you mean. She's exactly the prototype. But because we are fearful of their violence, because they are, and their retribution, think about what we think at work. I can't say that. I have to be very calm. I have to be non-threatening. I have to just bring myself back and just say, you know, I just disagree. And girl, before you know it, you up for a review talking about you ain't a team player because you did not give your ideas freely. We had to take you to our HR and take that shit and patent it. So you couldn't even have your own thoughts. So you see what I'm saying? We are going to have to start to see our fears and doubts differently. And then we're going to have to face them in order for us to grow. You see what I mean? Like, this is important for us to do. And we will give the benefit of the doubt to everybody else as Black women, but not ourselves. Just a few minutes ago, we were talking about how I had said last week, well, why does a Black woman need to tell you everything that ever happened to her before we believe she's had pain or trauma, or she's dealing with anxiety and depression, and she's walking around with it because she doesn't get to show any type of anything. If she opens her mouth, because see, we're very powerful. So what we say creates. Other people make shit. Black women create out of mid air. We can say something and the molecules will come together and make that happen. So we have been taught to be fearful of our own tone, of our own voices, of how we articulate. Because if you're cursing, that means this. When actually white people have done studies on this shit, okay? If you use intellectual profanity, it's generally because you're brilliant. It's not that I don't have the words as a Black woman. I'm highly articulate. But if I start using all those words, can most of these folks follow outside of our collective? Nope. So I just keep it basic with them. But when I get here amongst all of us, I don't need to do any of that. Okay. I can just I'm going to be who I am anyway, because this is exactly how I talk to white people. It don't matter. Okay. However, I think as Black women, we believe we have to put it's more important how something looks than dealing with what it really is, because there's a fear factor in doing that. So we put things in our way. I call it upper limiting behavior. I do it. Girl, you want to know somebody that can upper limit their behavior? Meaning I put shit in my way so I can't get the real shit done that I need to get done. Good for that. I am good for that. But I have some boundaries with myself. And I get a day or two of that shit, maybe a week, and then that's over. Because that's me viscerally responding to my fear and doubt rather than, you know, getting with my fear and doubt and going, okay, what's going on? You know? So let's look at this, because this is the culture connoisseur. You know, that's what I thought. I thought that, you know, you were agreeing. You know what I mean? And I'm glad you brought this up, because it's important that we have these conversations, and that we be able to say, okay, what were you saying, or whatever. You know, Tiff may have thought one thing, I thought another, but that we can open up and listen to you. You know, so the culture connoisseur says, I'm agreeing it was wrong to do that, but how you phrased it gave the impression that a friend was wrong for protecting themselves. Love bombing is manipulative, and it's happened to me. So I think too, a lot of times when we've experienced that thing, right? We we have our own visceral feelings about it because it's been our experience and it did hurt us, you know? So Um, I what I heard is you both were agreeing actually that love bombing isn't something that we want someone else to do to us, and we want to work on not doing that to someone else, right? Because of it's like then they feel like they could just take it away too, right? Um, because a friendship is supposed to be a relationship between people. It's not a one-sided thing on either point, you know? It's like this, right? So we ought to be able to talk to one another, right? And I'm glad like the culture connoisseur you stayed in and clarified, like that's really cool. Hi Siren 90, that's so cool. um a foundation in black feminism will help us recognize and address the unique experiences for black women. Yes, I agree. Empowerment and self-determination. Education is best for self-determination and agency. um um what do you think, Tiff?
About
um Culture connoisseur was saying, that she had some feelings too, and it was her experience, and of having a situation in which she was love bombed, and it just, it's when we have these experiences, and like we'll say trigger warning, and we're trying not to, we're trying to help the other person not get triggered. I'm gonna tell the truth to Tiff already knows this, but I'm telling the truth to all of you. Okay, well y'all know too. I have a therapist. There was one time when I had three all at once for three different things. But something that we've been working on is my apex predator side, right? And how I affect my environment, and that I am doing things that hurt my family in the way that I answer things sometimes or whatever. So I'm working on evolving through that and changing my own behavior, and then making those behaviors habitual, the new behaviors, right? So I needed more tools, honestly. Um, the fact of the matter is, I don't know a lot of things. I want to know everything, but I get the feeling I'm not going to know that in the next 4 or 5 lifetimes or something. So um, there are times when I have to slow down, because what we figured out is I was having PTSD moments. This doesn't mean this is what's going on with any of you here, but I'm just explaining something that happens with me. And like someone will say something or something will happen, and it takes me right back to when I could not defend myself as a child, or I was in a situation where I felt I couldn't use my voice, and that other person got to decide what was going to happen to me, and I had to deal with the consequences of their choice. And I despise that. So we are having to work on me recognizing when I end up back in that severe pain place. Because we know about the pain scale if we've been in medical field or medical, or been in the hospital or wherever ourselves, or have family members. The pain scale is 1 through 10, 10 being the highest. When I get to 10 with my emotions, I can't breathe. If I'm at 7, I am bawling, and I'm already starting to hold my breath. And by 9 or 10, I'm dissociating. Now that's the real truth. Do I Do I like this feeling? Absolutely not. Has it been terrifying at times? Yes, for me and my family. However, on the other side of that is my genius zone, right? So, what we're working on is balancing, okay? With me, I mean, myself and my therapist. So, I have this work that I do for advocating and centering black girls and black women of all kinds, but it can be very hard. And some of the stories that I hear from you, from all of you out there, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to me. And I feel like I'm right back in some of those spaces myself. My body went back into that space. And I can't. Like I it's just so much, you know? But every morning I get up, I have to do this work because I don't want us to have not another day of pain at the hands of all of these fucking people. I do not want us to have another day where our babies are being kidnapped, experiencing rape as children. I don't want another day of this shit. I don't want another day of us sending our children to a school that is telling them they don't have a history and what they went through and what they're going through today isn't really fucking happening. I don't want another fucking day of it. I don't want another day of a black man inviting anybody and everybody to draw our blood. Not one more fucking day. I don't want to open up and look at Black Femicide US. I love what Rosa has done. Girl, I don't want to see another body. You understand? So I have to be able to balance all of this pain that I feel because I'm also an empath. I'm feeling the feelings of other people and my own. It's a lot. So I understand that we fear and I understand that we doubt. I just don't want it to get in the way of us being held sacred, protected, and uplifted. And I don't want to leave not one baby girl out of this. I don't want to leave not one young black woman out of this. I do not want to leave not one black woman out of this. I don't care where you come from. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care what your religion is or your spirituality. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about this colorist bullshit. I don't care. I care about us not going through another day of terrorism and fucking torture.
I know. But before it was just you. Now it's me, you, Miss Dean, Michaela, everybody here on the live. And we get to hold you sacred and love on you and allow you to take a breath and understand it didn't, in the reality of time, Black people have been free maybe 20 years. And I don't even think that's true because if we do 1965, then what is it, 73 when women could open accounts? Then you get Reaganomics and trickle down. Um, Shit rolls downhill, not solutions. You have every right to be frustrated. Um, I know you love black women. Okay. I know you love black women, and I'm glad that you're crying because I believe that tears are our way to express, especially for older women.
I I
Right.
I apologize. I'm just trying to
No, breathe
breathe
through it.
through.
You got the
Because it
COVID
just
stuff.
it's just a point of pain, and
Hmm.
I do go through these things, but um it's generally not on lives. Um
Well, what's wrong with it being on live? That's the
Nothing.
thing.
Nothing.
I'm
It's
glad
nothing
you
wrong with
put it
it
on
being
live.
on lives, but
I'm
I
glad.
also understand that other people have pain that they're going through. And
Hmm.
I don't want to center this because I'm gonna take care of this, you know?
I understand, but
You know.
if we're going to have a sistership, black women like yourself or Miss D have got to stop being strong, and you probably need to cry a lot more. Um, I got a taste this week of how you felt and have been feeling probably for years. Um, I I want to honor everywhere where people are. Like I can respect it, but it can be quite frustrating and tiring when you are losing laws. Like someone sent all the changes for Texas, and it's a lot, and it's not for the general population, right? So, and you sharing, I think you understand what it costs when we are not in community and when we cannot get over our own egos so that the collective can function together. And I can be honest and say I've had my moments. Um, I also understand now, um, and it was you that told me this, because you know my friendship situation. If you look back just 12 months, completely different. If you look back 3 years, which will be, we're approaching our third year of marriage, the changes of people who I hung out with, who I talked to, where I was going, um, what what was on my radar was, and don't get it twisted. I love a good brunch. I love a good trip. Um, I love a good shopping session. Like I get all of that, but I also have to say, like, okay, I want my nieces to have a fighting chance of some type of autonomy over their body. So if there's a bill and I say, "Oh, okay, this works," I would hope that people would take the time, read the bill, introduce it, especially on larger platforms. Um, it's a good bill, and I think the frustration is it's almost like it's like let me say this. it's like the little boy that cried wolf, but in reality, the wolf is here. Like it's not. It is. He's not lying. The wolf is here, and I think for yourself and for Miss D, there is a frustration with the level of cattiness that people can participate in, and it can split the collective, and then we all kind of lose out. And I can be accountable and say, like, yeah, I had a moment, wasn't feeling it, don't feel bad about it. um, if anything, the people, we don't have to go there. All I can say is, like, your tears are valid, your frustration is valid, your exhaustion is valid, because not only are you trying to make sure that your precious daughter is okay, you have all the other children that you have to love on, and then you may have a peer or um, an associate that they're spewing things that make life hard for your babies. So your response is going to be more volatile in the sense that you're trying to protect someone you love versus we just trying to figure stuff out. So it's I'm very glad that you cried. I hope that more women, like, let this be the weekend that you just let this shit go. It's 3 months left in the year. Hey, it's Q4. If everything else, the beginning of the year was just trash, it didn't work for you, that's okay. Hit the restart. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. And even in honesty of, are you ready for your healing? And if you're not ready to do the work, it's okay. But you have to acknowledge that you now have made a choice to stay mad or to stay wherever however you're showing up. I don't believe in people rushing apologies. I don't believe in people having to be around folks that were dangerous to them or to other people. Um, there are just a lot of different things that I think family wise for most Black women. Um, I don't I don't enjoy saying this, but it has to be said. I think enough Black women have been betrayed as children that as they matured, it only got reinforced that I'm, like you said, I'm not safe. I'm not protected. No one's going to believe me. Nobody's going to care. Um, Anybody can say anything to me. If I respond, I'm emotional, or, I can't separate. Um, and
Aggressive.
then you
This,
have
I'm that. Yeah.
then you have the whole, like, okay, not only is it just stressful being a Black woman, but then you have the little white girls that want to come on and get clout by doing stupid ass shit like putting braids in their hair. Um, I have started telling myself that my attention is my currency. And there are some people that I am not going to give them my money or practice capitalism with them if they are unsafe for Black women. Um, and that again includes self. Like sometimes we need to go into a personal timeout and just say, I'm tired, I'm wounded, I don't like this. And typically, if there is an apex predator in you, you are not going to be okay with somebody trying to touch and pat on you. You're just going to immediately. I don't think a lot of people understand the level of exhaustion that I think Black women are finally being able to say,
Yeah.
because your happiness is not bound to a marital situation or um, your family doing certain things. There are a lot of Black women that are doing the damn thing for me, the biggest concern is you're doing it, but you're not doing it in community. So you feel lonely. And that's something that I think, again, as Black women, I I just love to see how people like use G chat and then other people that are coding and then like what you put people with the book references or here's this bill. Like we have a lot of ways to share now. And I don't think because of personality differences or misunderstandings, we still got to get this work done. Like it just is what it is. The work still has to get done. Girl, we may not be on the same team. In fact, I might be like, Miss Love, I know you in charge. I know you know if we could have some real good together, but I'm not at the level where I'm mature enough to do that and I want to do the work and not be a hindrance. And then Miss Love says, okay, all right, I got you. Do this, this, and this. And I'm sure in a couple of months, um, it will work itself out because it was all of what 2022 and you were like watch listen pay attention don't watch and I just no I'm having fun with my hood rat friends. What am I watching? What are you talking about? Like this is great, don't you love this? And then when shit went so great it was
Yep.
like oh
Mhm.
whoa. I did not know the level of disrespect that you felt. um Now, me, I'm just a suggestive type of person. So I'm just going to suggest, but I'm not never suggesting to say that your work is not phenomenal, thought out, timed, tested, and true. I just have that type of brain like, oh, well, what if you did like this? Oh, well, what if you did like that? And what I have learned this year is like, I can have all the ideas in the world and I can write those down. And if the person reaches out for that, but if not, it's unsolicited information that a person may just not, you don't need more. You don't need that. And I think that's something that we all need to probably do better within community is like instead of trying to send the solution, first kind of just check and see if the person is even functioning in a way that they can receive it. It may just be like, girl, I'm just gonna hold on to the phone and you cry and we're gonna put a show on. We're gonna watch Hamilton or um, there's so many different things that you can do to find your people, and your tribe may be all over the nations. Um, your friendships may look completely different. Um, we have a lot of there's so much in I mean, you know me in these braces. There's so much involvement. We've changed so much that
Yeah.
why in a G chat world are we acting like we in outhouses? No, we don't have to do it in it. The longer we stay in ego, unchecked ego, inevitably some black woman will be harmed because we're being petty. And that's when things become unacceptable. That's when it becomes, girl, why are you here? What is your point? Because if you want black women to be safe, as you stated last week, and I told you, she is petty. Um, I have found for me the best thing to do is if someone has a thought that I don't necessarily vibe out with, I don't got to send you 10 pages. I ain't got to send no information. All I'm going to do is do what, and I learned it from someone on in the chat system. She talked about opting out of conversations. Like, if it's a conversation that's highly charged, is close to your heart. You don't know the person you're talking to. You don't know their real point of view. You also don't know if you're talking to a bot or somebody that just, um, I hate to say it, but a lot of black men, I think they get off on upsetting black women, so they come into spaces. Um, at some point, you have to be okay with saying like, yeah, this is it. I'm taking a time out. Take a day or two, come back and get in the game. I think for yourself, Miss D, and myself, it is the preparation of passing on the torch. And when I say that, like my mother has and my aunts have all, I know what they want done. I know where they want their plots. I know what they want to happen. And I feel like they feel pretty comfortable that I would do the right thing. I think that's what Black women need right now. It's like we need to heal ourselves and then heal with other people that are safe with us and safe for us. And I think the the caveat is sometimes people will believe like, oh, well, you can patch anything up, bro, and it's like, mm-mm, it's not a knock on your personhood. It's who you show up to be in my life doesn't resonate. I'm not on that, and I'm definitely not going to make myself upset by attempting to be um, in community with people. We just have different viewpoints, and that's okay. Like black people, and especially black women, we're not a monolith. We're not. But I hope that people see your tears and see how real it is. Because I, see you putting your tapes or your videos and your TikToks. I see Miss D, even Stephanie Perry or like Erica De Niro. It just, you can feel the energy that black women are legitimately exhausted. And I think right now everybody is like, this is not working. Let's do a reset. What does tribal, community, family, how does it look for us going forward in a way that everybody is honored? Not just people that, again, are palatable victims or people that we see ourselves in them. Um, if I don't see value in a particular black woman, then I can almost guarantee white men and white women definitely will not hold them sacred and safe and protected. So it's the ego check. I mean, hey, check your ego, amigo. We have to get in front of our own image and just be very honest about, am I showing up in the world the way I want or the way that I believe I'm showing up? Because I think I thought I was showing up a particular way, but I was definitely um, not. And again, like you and I went back and forth with AI and bad behaviors. I was like, I don't like that word. I'm not bad. And you're like, it's a bad behavior. No, I don't like that word because it sounds like, the way I was processing it, you're bad. Not what you did was not
What you
okay.
chose. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then going from there and learning it. So again, I think we all have our isms, and I think you, myself, and Miss D, all being empaths, all being Reiki practitioners, um, all being very wordy. So we have these long, deep thoughts in a particular space, and I think it's beautiful to be able to hold space for you to go into your genius zone and not need to fix us. Like you need people in your life that you are not fixing, which is why I'm always telling you, like, this is not the same. This is different. This is a sisterhood. This is not helping people in different areas. Like, our connection is for you to feel safe enough to cry your eyes out and get that release and just say, I'm tired. And also, what the hell are y'all gonna do? Like, at this point, it's been 12 months that you have said behaviors. You said get your firearms. You said go to self defense. You're giving out books because you have a inside track by having someone that you married that is not a black man. So you definitely get to go into spaces and areas that some people will never have access to. And if the woman who is middle aged is saying to you, go get your gun, go get some self defense if you can't carry one, girl, get yourself together, it is the warning before the storm. And whether you believe in the Bible or not, like, Noah built the ark. If you are being called to build something, who cares if everybody around you say you're crazy? Because when it started raining and everybody was dying, folks wanted to hop on the boat. Mm-mm. You didn't do the work. You didn't put in this, and you're not lineage. It was his legacy, his work, and being under God's authority. It's the same thing with us. Like, different people are called and compelled to different things. Just because that's not like your jam, um, we can't shoo shoo and poo poo people off like, oh, shoo shoo, poo poo, oh, okay, you've done this. Or, oh, this has happened before. Um, so again, I am elated that you got a emotional release. I hope you may go watch Steel Magnolias or Beaches or um,
The Woman King. Thank you.
I'm actually gonna rewatch that tonight just because every couple of months I go back and revisit it
Mm-hmm.
because the way I experience it is so different. Because you got me getting this is your black goddess, the path to pleasure. That
That's
was
right.
something like that. Well, that's something that I am exploring, and had to be very honest. When we were raised, we were not taught about intimacy, and I'm not just talking about smacking bellies. I'm talking about there's a different level when you love your person and find your person, and y'all are both in it. So this is this one now. Southern Horrors. I know this has got to be absolutely scary because Afro Butterfly was just like, ooh, girl. So we're not going to start this until after Labor Day because I want to have a good weekend. This is something a year ago I would not have put up because I would have thought like, oh, people are going to think I'm not Christian and I'm a da 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 da. So it's witches, queens, voodoo spirits, and hoodoo saints. A guide to magical New Orleans. So I got that. And then we have positive affirmations for Black women. We're going to just see what happens, play with it for a second. People listen to me when I speak. My family loves me, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate myself. When I give my opinion, people don't criticize me. My opinion is the one that matters most for me. I enlighten other people's lives. I don't compare myself with anyone. So how and that's how you know because I just opened it up and the last sentence is what you've been saying the entire time. Don't compete and don't compare. So we have that. I've got ear consciousness and it talks about how you hear and how you process and how it can just be it's like playing a bad game of telephone with your own self. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So,
Because
and
we believe, we want to believe in the fairy tale. This is something I've always said to my kids, but my daughter and I are interconnected in a different way, you know.
mhm,
And my son and I are interconnected. But my daughter and I are. It's a different. It's different. She's goddess born,
mhm,
so um, we can feel each other across miles. You know, there's
mhm,
something, that intuition that you have where you go, okay, what's going on?
mhm,
And or wait, she's got to be somewhere laughing right now because I feel that. You
mhm.
know, I feel her joy from wherever, and we'll talk to each other later, and she'll tell me about this great time that she had. And I always say that that is one of my most favorite sounds, is her laughter, right? Her joy and her happiness. And I don't sometimes understand why. I understand why. I understand that we were all, most of us were taught and programmed. That's enough. I'm not coming to bed right now, sir. Dog. Um, that we were taught and programmed, um, that, protecting black men was our primary purpose. You know, making sure that they look good, no matter what, no matter what it cost us, no matter what it cost the children. And I rejected that. My family didn't understand it, of course, but there are a few of us as black women out there, maybe more than a few, who are warrior born. And um, my daughter is, we just talk so much about, well, how she's approaching her everyday life as a 23-year-old young black woman. And I see some of the behaviors of other collectives happening to her, that happened to me, that have happened to hundreds of thousands of black women and black girls that I've heard. You know what I'm saying? In the workplace or wherever. Even, she dates whoever she dates. um I'm gonna be honest, we all know I'm just not interested in black men for her. That's just, I don't want to. um I'm not interested. But i but as she's goddess born, she gets to choose who she dates. And as she's goddess born, she has self body autonomy, right? It isn't, I don't judge her like we were judged coming up. You know, we weren't, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And, oh, blah, blah, blah. Girl, shut up. We are goddess born. We get to choose what we do with our body. How come you don't have a problem when a black male is doing whatever he wants to my body? But you got a problem with what I want to do with my own body, who I choose to, that they can visit my pearly gates, honey. I don't see where you get off. But that's another thing. It's a fear thing that we have, that we're gonna have to face. That we are
Well,
fully human and we get to have pleasure in so many ways. We get to be happy and we get to be joyful. And before I had a whole episode, I was also gonna say that one of the reasons that I find that, let's say, what y'all calling a Karen will call whoever, or they will act out at work every day or whatever it is people literally cannot stand to see black women and black girls having fun. being happy. It's like a personal affront to them. Like we're not even doing anything to anyone. But if you notice, they have to come in and somehow interrupt that. For what? For what? We're not doing anything to you. Oh, you see this woman? She over here dancing on a table. Who is that killing? Whose resources is she taking from? Was she good? Was she? So what, girl? If more people would dance on tables, maybe we wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is
But
seeing the joy of a black girl so, it just sets all of these people off, and people get so angry and ugly and nasty instead of us being able to see our daughters and and our nieces and our granddaughters and the young girls in our life and go, oh, I'm gonna make sure don't nobody do any of that to you. That ain't happening, not on my watch. That's not happening. And that's what my daughter experienced. She really doesn't, she doesn't see fear the same way a lot of black women do, or even how I was taught, because she never experienced it like that. She experienced fear and learned that it was something that she could make use of, just like she could make use of anger, just like she could make use of compassion, just like she could make use of kindness. She could choose if she was going to be in alignment with the emotion or she was going to act opposite to it. And that's not what we've, generally as black women learned. And then we get the whole, why didn't my mother do this, and why didn't my aunt tell me this part though, why did, because they, you don't know what you don't know.
mhm.
And they were operating a lot of times from a place of survival and fear that does not make right what black women before us or black women of my age and older are doing. That doesn't make it right. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand, but I still hold us accountable.
Yeah,
I still
and
hold us responsible for
but
our choices.
so you said something, and I wrote it down. Um, I think we. It's like you have to make the first things first, right? Like first things first. Um, when you said fearful of our own tone, I think that's step one. I think many of us know the right thing to do. We know the right thing to say. Um, I also believe, based on how we've experienced the world, I think a lot of women has had the Meg the Stallion treatment of she got shot, she was wounded, she was wrong, but somehow it was her fault because she was big, and then it was her fault because she was drunk, and then it was her fault, but it was the best friend, but it was her fault because he was jealous, she was jealous because they were both liking and sleeping. I'm like, have you seen Megan Thee Stallion and seen Tory Lanez? You're not gonna make me believe that them girls was fighting over that nigga. That ain't what happened. If anything, they might have been mad at each other, but it definitely not was behind him. So again, and then I hate to just say it. No, I don't hate to say it. Look at how black women are taught connection. Real Housewives of Potomac, Real Housewives of Atlanta, Basketball Wives. Um, what's the one? Growing Up Hip Hop. Um,
It all centers their their humbling, uh humiliation and hurt uh by black men and the other black women around them or whoever, like
mm,
like you know um inviting in uh black men preferences, you know.
mm,
and then those preferences like we saw recently, because that's all over the place with that girl loving hip hop, that hooker, what's her
Oh,
name? Erica Mina, and what she said to Spice. And what I find with all of these shows is that most of the time the black women are actually working. Like, I don't know what Erica Mina do, um, but Spice actually works. She puts on performances. All these other black women, they own businesses. They're doing all this. I think Eric. I remember that little girl from back in the day.
when
She,
she used to work for the Kardashians.
yeah,
Then
she
they
was a
had the
Kardashian. She was a dash.
a
She was
dash
a
girl.
dash. Yeah, she was one of those dash hookers.
Mm.
And I haven't seen her do any work since. So I don't know what her whole purpose is.
She's
But
probably
there's
like hosting parties and being a preference and having
oh,
people care
okay,
for.
well, I don't see that as working the way that black women are working on separate from these shows. They have their, you know what I'm saying? They run it.
But
God knows Candy does everything under the sun. She ain't my girl. She ain't my, you know,
Sugar
all that.
Mama,
But she yeah, Sugar Mama, she Eric. Sugar Mama, she got businesses. She always working. Um
she keep a coin.
so I don't understand how these, like, we're okay accepting these representations of ourselves, not just as being throwing drinks on each other, or hurting each other or something like that, but the actual hurt and pain on a daily basis that these women go through with the men they're connected to. And how, when you let in these some of these people that are supposed to be, your friend, but they're a preference, they weren't raised by black women. You know what I'm saying?
Are you talking
Because
about Brittany Renner?
I, I I couldn't even, I don't even know what happened there. I don't even know that girl, but I know this. We will stop, we will watch these shows, we will get all into it, we will spend hours and be in comments and all of this shit or whatever, when we could be spending that energy on going to the range, getting our permit, making sure we can, when we walk out, we get to feel safe, because not because somebody else is there, not because our friend got our back, not because our friend is because we protecting ourselves, right? So I think we can pull energy from these other places where we're upper limiting ourselves. We're putting things in place so we don't have to face um our how our fear evokes an emotion that doesn't feel good. It feels
I
very uncomfortable.
I agree,
Um,
and I think what you're saying is very valid. I think again, you know me and my caveats. One, there has to be a support system for Black women to have moments like you had. Like we've seen how many mothers crying about, I'm tired. I didn't think I was going to do this by myself. I think we need to do a much better job of how we move in community. Like somebody thought I was crazy, but I was like, it'd be really neat. Like, what if you had like a little nightclub, but you come in and you drop your kids off in the daycare portion, and then you go and you can't more than one or two drinks, but you get to be an adult and socialize and do whatever. Then go back, get your baby, going back to the house.
mhm.
Um, there are just a number of different ways that we can help each other out. That we need to. We've got to. I know we're doing a lot, And I know that somebody is going to say, well, damn, more. And I'm just like, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not trying to be nasty, mean. But if we, the women of today, had to do a boycott of buses, I don't think it would be successful. I
Um, well, especially if it was just for us. If it was for black men, maybe. But even we're starting to make that break, which I think is good. Because I do think we need to. We're not experiencing, as Ms. D would say, freedom. We are experiencing again in different ways, being someone else's chattel, as she'll say, right? Someone else's enslaved. And we make it good for all of these other people. So we are worn out. Absolutely. Well, what I'm saying to us is, I get it. I also get this. Once you deny all them folks access that really, they don't deserve to be in your presence, then you have that energy to use so that we could have think tanks as black women, so that we could examine, some of the critical issues that I put up, I don't know, a couple weeks ago maybe. And then we could add to that and say, love, you missed this. What about this? Because these are ways that we are having um, mortality and morbidity issues, right? Using my big words.
Mhm.
Um, Otherwise, being mutilated and unalived, right?
So
And
I,
that we need to okay, so now we look at that issue. What are the ways in which we could, in the next 6 months, put a solution in place, and then add to that solution, you know what I mean? And so in a year we'll be doing this much more. How can we build infrastructure? Part of the infrastructure should be us being able to have a safe place to drink and kiki and all these things, and our children be safe at the same time, right? um you know that we can have our own healthcare systems. And one of the things I encountered right away when I started saying this years ago was black women going, "Oh no, I am too tired. You want me to do one more thing? Girl, no." Now, what I'm asking you to do is let go of the things that are not um, useful to you. They're
right.
not.
So
Cut them loose, and
I,
then
I
move,
I hear you.
move your
I hear you.
energy.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Know I hear you because
Yes.
you and I we're there, and I'm just like, girl, but I need some mess. I think a lot of times we are so overwhelmed that by seeing something like what was going on, it frees us for an hour or two of what we have to do. Um, the way that we were taught when I was in corporate was you had quads, and quad A was like immediate, got to get done. This has to happen today. Quad B was okay. We're going to plan this out. We should start having movement. Quad C was okay. A and B are good. Is there an alternative that would make this easier? And then you had quad D, where it had absolutely nothing to do with work. It's purely personal. Shh. The baby is having his moment. Let it in. Um, I think we need to grant space for each other. Um, but also Like, I'm just like, I don't think we take enough time to celebrate our wins, because I'm sorry, when I was coming up, and I'm the exennial. So crack epidemic, AIDS, housing crisis, tech boom, now inflation, Donald Trump, like from Reagan to now, I've experienced, and that's a lot of like up and down, up and down, up and down. I think Black women, we need to take a week off. And when I say that, and I'm not being like flippant, and when I say a week off, if you've got to go to work, you go to work, but you don't have to go to the grocery store. We can pick one week and say, this is the week that we're not going to buy anything, we're not shopping nowhere. In fact, here's the date 3 months in advance. So have everything together and then see what happens. The thing that frustrates me is when we start talking about potential solutions, the whataboutisms come in. And that for me pisses me off. So I'm like, okay, you don't have a different solution, but you can pick this one apart of why this won't work. Okay, interesting.
But I'm gonna ask you something because this is something that you mentioned a little earlier, um, and it had to do with my what AI is. Fam, is that it's a process that I created, um, in order for me to um, really understand my own behaviors, be able to understand the behaviors of children because that's primarily who I worked with, but also other adults because that's also primary to who I work with. Because if you're working with children, you're working with their parents,
Right.
right, and their relatives.
Yeah.
So it's a unit, right? But you have to understand ages and stages. You have to understand the difference between maturity and chronological age. You know what your age and stage is not necessarily what what your stage is not necessarily what your age is.
So
What
you
the
could be
expectation.
44. It's like, we'll use an example. You can be 44, but emotionally, your intelligence level is like 12.
Yeah, like you haven't matured for different reasons,
Mm,
in different areas.
mm.
And some of those reasons have to do with programming. Some of those reasons have to do with the makeup of your own personality. Some of those some of those reasons happen to do with your temperament and how
Mm,
you process information.
mm,
Some of those reasons happen to do with the other people around you, their temperament and how they
mm.
process information and how they choose to behave. So there's just all of these things going on at
It's a
once.
lot of moving parts. It's
There's
a
a lot
lot
of
of
moving
moving
parts,
parts.
and we think of it just like a linear thing, like, oh, you should be here by this time, blah blah blah. Well, something my father used to say was, you can't you can't expect people to know how you what you're thinking or how you need them to act if you don't lay it out for them, if you are not direct and plain. And you can't do that if you don't know what that is to you, right? So this expectation that people should just know blah blah blah, isn't that common sense? Stop saying that. No, it isn't. You know? Um
Well,
and
but what's the saying? Common sense ain't common.
no, there it really isn't. So there's just a lot of reasons and ways, and there's a lot of things that I pushed myself to do through being afraid. Like when my daughter's father or sperm donor said, see, this is something else that happens with us. We have these men that come into our lives, and they read us because we're taught to be prey. So we start talking about our fantasies and our dreams for our lives, and they listen, and they take that and they manipulate that. That doesn't mean black women aren't manipulative. That's not what I'm talking about right now, though. So this man who's 10 years older than me, right? I was still very mature at 32. I had been a nurse for 12 years by then. And now I'm having my second child with him, and he did make all kinds of promises that aligned with my fairy tale. He did. But then 7.5 months, he called and said he didn't want to have anything to do with his daughter, a fetus, or me. Now, in my mind, I can take that because I'm a grown woman, you know, but she is a baby. She has nothing to do with whatever. And this whole idea that, oh, well, black men just walk away. Because my father was a pimp and he taught me from the pimp's point of view. He would always say this: men can pee outdoors. Once you pregnant. No matter what happens after that, it's gonna be on you because that's how men roll. This is coming from a pimp. He gave me game, okay, but I didn't want to believe that because on the other side of it, I got this RN mother who is a psychopath herself, and she's having me. I'm in church all the time, so while I'm in church, I get out of church and he would come pick me up. He'd be across the street from the church, and we went to a big church in Richmond, California,
Hmm.
and it was like Satan and Christ, but I didn't know which one was which because they both did terrible things. You know what I'm saying? Both the church, I mean, and my father. So, but they both did some decent things too, right? But what one of the things that I learned from my therapist recently, at this big old age, is that when she's listened to me talk about my past or whatever, I don't go, well, it's their fault that I'm like this. It's their fault that this is happening in my life, as a grown woman. I've just never thought, I've just thought I'm going to choose what I'm gonna pick and choose what they all of the people in my, you know, taught me. And then I'm gonna decide what is working for me or not. But when that man called and said he didn't want to have nothing to do with my baby, and she's innocent, completely innocent. So how do you think that that's okay? And something I hadn't experienced really, because the way I'd always seen older black women is we will accept our grandchildren, you know, we accept our nieces and nephews, and we accept everybody, baby, if you want to really know the truth, you know, that his mother, because some of these men who they have a non-sexual marriage with their mothers. Okay, so you can never you can never have that bond with that person because he's already bonded in that way with his mother. Okay, this woman,
Miss Love.
and this is a
When
yeah
I
this
tell
is a,
you, I I have been proposed to 4 times. I accepted the last guy, that man,
my
um,
cousin.
your cousin. So I was dating someone. Oh my gosh, he was so handsome, and He was country like me. He's from Mississippi, so like it was just we was living our best country lives. So he was like, "Oh, I think you need to get a new car. Let's just go to the lot and let's see what we can see." We get to the lot, we're looking, and finally see a little cute car that I liked. It was a little black Accord. And I was like, "Yeah, this is 4 door. This is cute. I can do this." We get into the office for the finance. I'm sitting there, old dude that's, doing the paperwork, and then him. I need to step out and call my mom because I don't make any decisions like this without talking to my mother. When I tell you, I said, "Oh, oh no, oh no, this seems a bit, a little bit off." So that was the first. Then went to visit. And when I saw, like, literally, this is just my childhood reflected, I just, beautiful, beautiful gowns, very good guy, very sweet, probably been an excellent husband. But there's one woman of the house.
But he was already
That's
married to his mama. And that, I had not experienced a woman not a black woman not like wanting to be a part of their grandchild's life, but that's whoever she is. I've
right.
never met the woman. But but my best friend, I was introduced by my best friend to him, and he could put on a mask because any of us can wear a mask. Black women do it every day by code switching just to survive on this planet. So everybody doesn't wear the same kind of mask though. And that's what we have to start getting. And this idea that because a man is black, that they will understand us. They don't care like that, a lot of them. And that's been my experience, not just myself, but through a lot of black women that I know, family members, all of these things. So when he did that, it was just so easy. He was like, "Oh, and have a good day," you know. Um, I I listen to these younger black women, and the same exact shit is happening. And I remember my best friend saying, "Girl, if I hadn't heard him say, 'Ooh, I can't wait. I hope the baby's a girl.'" Then when he found out it was a girl, "Oh my God, I'm gonna hold my baby all the time," and all of this other shit. He looked good on paper, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, he looked good on paper. He had a resume, but there weren't Yelp reviews then. Okay. So, but there were, because if I had been able to trust myself then and trust my intuition, all of those things the little things, the bigger things, or whatever that he did would have registered, and
So
not
here,
what was repeating in my head, which was what I heard my entire life from family, other black women, black men that were my uncles or whatever. Oh, wait on him to grow. Oh, give him another chance. Even my mother, because my mother passed away when my daughter was 3 months old. So even my mother, who was really good at doing this type of shit, and this is something that I have a problem with when it comes to us as black women. You're telling me to do something you don't do yourself. That's not how you operate, girl. But you're also telling me something that else. You're telling me that him and his feelings are more important than this baby. But that's what you've always said. No man will get with you, love, because you have to put your children first, and no man's going to accept that. Well, motherfuckers don't, because they are first. As children, are you mad? Are you out of your mind? I'm not putting a grown person before children. What the hell? Since when? You never known me to do that shit. So when she spoke to me, she said, you know what? I guess you're not as evolved as you think you are. If he comes back and you're telling me, no, I'm not going to let him just show up in her life whenever, then you're not as involved as you think you are, because you ought to be able to let him see his child when he
Now,
wants to.
consistent. So why should you? So not only you, but the precious baby. Um, I'm just gonna keep it real, real. I think a lot of men have connections to women and they have children with women, which I guess the new term is stelting, like they intentionally get people pregnant to have a permanent tether to you. And if they can't control you, then oh, I'm gonna make the child suffer because you won't do what I say do. And I definitely understand the whole a man is gonna be a man, and it's just like okay, a man is gonna be a man. That man gets hungry, I get hungry. That man gets tired, I get tired. That man needs love, I need love. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Um,
But I think
I,
it's a
I,
fear. It's that fear again, right?
fear, fear
There's
of
that
what?
fear. It's that fear and doubt, and we haven't been taught really how to use the fear for our benefit rather than letting it consume us and then stop us, right? Rather
But
than
see,
allowing it to upper limit us, because one of the things my best friend said was, if I hadn't heard him say all of that, girl, I wouldn't have believed you. I would have. You know me forever, girl. Are you serious? We got kids in each other's house, girl. We do all kinds of shit. What are you allegedly? Okay, because you know you caught. And I'm like, and we like, okay. So what do you mean? You know,
you know
but
what? I think
again,
can we
that's her training. That was her training
can
too.
can
Is
we
that
come
you
can we come
that
back to this? Because and I'm saying we come back to this
yeah.
because when I say come back, I'm not saying in the conversation. I'm saying
Mm-hmm,
I'm trying to work in my mind
mm-hmm.
um, how black. I don't like the word black male worship. I don't like that acronym. I think that some people believe like it's appropriate. I don't think it is, in the sense of we live in a patriarchy. So we don't say Arab men behaving badly. There's something with
But you don't. But at the same time, Miss Tiff, because we've talked about it before, and
mm,
I listen. I'm listening to what you're saying, and you don't, and it's like this feeling of not being held sacred when someone's basically calling you a name to put you down, right?
mm,
But how do you describe when black women are choosing black men no matter what? Like black men have to be the head of the household even though they're not leaders. They've proven it over and over. How come I could go through a whole pregnancy, face my fears of not wanting to be a single mother one more time, okay, and then teach myself to drive to my job, which was 10 minutes away, just in case, just because I'm a just in case person, a lot of anxiety, and not for myself, but for other people,
babies,
like
yeah,
my child.
the baby.
So I ended up driving to my own delivery. because she came a month early. Now I had a bunch of friends and one family was coming and all that, but we thought she was coming a month later. But all that stress, all that bullshit, all that nonsense on my body while I'm creating a human being, because he's not creating a human being. Men only make children; they don't create them.
Well, see, even
That
if you
happened over 10 lunar months, and it's a lot of work on the body. I worked 12-hour shifts, and I had a side job of 8 hours where I did conscious sedations. I was exhausted. I spent an 18-hour shift one time after he called with that shit because I wanted to stack up money, right? So that I could be off with her. And then after I got off with her, I had a manager named Maureen who was a racist piece of shit. She terrorized me throughout, or she tried to. Let's be honest, I gave as good as I got, even at that age, because she is like 20 years older than me. But I was the nurse who wasn't supposed to be these certain places, but I was. I was in education. I was in these other areas. I was supposed to just be a floor nurse because you really are supposed to have a master's in nursing to teach pals and stuff like that. So she would say shit like, because she was teaching pals because she was manager. So how did you get here, bitch? What do you, you know? Or because I taught pediatric advanced life support and I worked on the floor, when a child would come in critically, they would, if they knew I was there, they would pass up the ER and bring the child directly to me. That meant I saved a baby's life. I made sure everybody was where they needed to be. I taught I taught 5 hospitals of pediatrics how to do mock code blues. And every single time this bitch would pick the fly shit out the pepper. Oh, but you forgot to chart this thing, blah, 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 blah. Bitch, I just saved a life. Are you for real right now? You should get somebody to clerk for me because that's all the fuck I do up here. And I've taught all of these other people, with the exception of 2, how to do IVs and draw blood at the same time. Stop this shit. Oh, you can't become a manager, love, even with all your knowledge, because you know why? You're too ethnic, because I wouldn't take my braids out. Those nails you wear are illegal, because I can start IV and I've always had long nails. Honey, you can't. So so these are the different things that we're going through while we're pregnant, and nobody, that's enough, go go. And nobody, like, we don't get to talk about this stuff because you can't say what happened to you at work with this person. Oh, you can't call out a racist. Oh, you can't call out what they did to you, how they lost you money, how they lost you money with all those skills. If I had been a fucking white woman, are you kidding me right now? I'd be CEO of that motherfucker. But when all of that happened, I ended up delivering early. I was at the hospital. No, this hooker did not come up there and go, "Ah, I'm having contractions. Get ready to have this baby." And this hooker came up there and was like, "Oh, I noticed that there's no father here. What's that about?" Girl, for girl, if I could wrap this IV around your motherfucking neck and drag you. But your little white daughter, who's about 2 years younger than me, she's married to a maniac. Come to find out, she was pregnant around the same time, and that the daddy of her baby that she was married to wasn't there either. But you thought it was a good idea while I'm in early labor to come and do all of that. But see, I didn't have that black man coming in there and standing up for me. Huh? I didn't
that's
have that.
that's where I
Where
that's
was
the
the
thing
protection? Where was
that
the protection? I have to protect myself while in labor with my child from racism right here and right now. And I'm telling all of y'all, y'all better not play. Y'all better make sure everything goes right with this baby. But see, I had set the tone for all of that because some of those babies I saved were theirs. Huh? Hmm? Yeah, you better have me in VIP. That's exactly how you need to roll with me. Okay?
And
And
see,
it
I
ended
will.
up that she was turned the wrong way. Good thing I had, good friends. One of my best friends was there. She was a midwife. There's another white woman from Australia, midwife. They were able to manipulate her and turn
Flip
her.
her
But
around.
girl, when I tell you I ripped from one end to the other, see, and black men don't understand this shit. And they don't care to understand.
So,
But you
but
gotta get up and you gotta
so,
feed and take care and love on that baby.
so
And don't
Joy,
nobody care what you went through.
look,
So I'm
look at.
telling us, I had to fight those fears and those doubts. And every time I did that, every time I conquered, another situation, I would be like, shit, there ain't shit I can't do. What? You can't tell me shit. I just drove to my own delivery, bitch. Uh, because I knew I was powerful. I just didn't understand the whole of it and how I could use my emotions to work for myself and my children and the other black women and black girls in my life. I didn't, I was just getting a hold to all of that. Well, I want y'all to be able to skip all that nonsense that I went through and know that you have power and your emotions and your feelings belong to you. Yes, they are your responsibility and you're accountable for them, but you get to feel them and then you get to slow yourself down. Take a minute. You ain't got to answer people. My favorite thing to say is I don't answer questions. Oh, why are you asking about my personal business? Ask these people if I don't tell them. So why are you asking about my personal business? I'm grown. And if they're asking me about some other black woman, I don't talk about grown folks' business. Go talk to her. You don't have no right to come about her to me. Access denied. We ain't doing that. We're not playing with black women like that. I don't do that.
I,
So
I
how do we, how do we wrap this up? Because the other piece to this is competition.
so
And
I think
that's the one thing we
so.
say in our four big questions, right? So, what's your answer to number three? Who is your competition?
You asking me?
I'm asking you.
I ain't got no competition. I'm that girl. I'm one of one. He broke the mold. Um, I am where the china that's been broke and refined with gold. I am every ancestor that I had. The more that I learned about our um, culture and just our family things, in the sense of even within our family, the dichotomy of how particular items were able to be purchased. So I was this year's old when I found out that, yes, my grandparents were very, very active in church, and yes, they did certain things, but the generation before them were bootleggers. So the money that, these lands and all this stuff was off of bootleg liquor, off of people running nighttime establishments. But what
So
we
did
got,
Joseph Kennedy.
I,
He's the
I
biggest
see that,
bootlegger around.
that your cousin is here. One second, just peek in and tell me slow. Hey,
Hey,
Hey, cuz. So,
so
so
okay, so what I was saying is,
what you doing?
I think right now I don't think we should. I think this is a good stop
Mm-hmm.
in the sense of one, giving an assignment in the sense of within these friends, list your friends and then use that same rating 1 to 10 on how is engagement with them and how do you feel after being in their presence.
Mm-hmm.
So, like your big three or top five or however many people you have, you should be able to write
Yeah.
down Tiffany and put a 7. Okay, so I'm not a 10. So, that 3-point deficit, what's causing me? Is it her disposition or the way you communicate? Because again, you know me, I'm solution based. So I think for us, the first step again is write down the people that you are calling a friend. Write down 1 to 10 how you feel about them and when they're in your presence. But also be honest enough to say, is this a trauma bond? Do
Mm-hmm.
I feel connected to you because we commiserate together? We
Yeah.
get to say the world is horrible, and it's just like, are there things in the world? And I love how you talked about in the video about DeSantis. Um, I wish that I could say this is in a gentle way. If you look behind me, and if I show, let's see, there we go. This is a room full of black art. If I flip it around, I have all kind of African instruments. We've got to get to the point to where our education, especially specifically about blackness, it should never be in the hands of white people anyway, because they're careless with it. Not only are they careless, they lie, they take stuff out. It's just not something that
Well, they
you
need to look good in in these situations. So you can't have actual black people's history or native people's history as it really is, because that then somehow white people, that would hurt them.
But
Um,
here's the thing, even with them, no, Miss Love, what we have got to do, and this is again, when you say critical, a critical moment, do I really want to read this book, the Dark Street? I don't. I definitely don't want to read horrors. I will. It's not a what I want to do. It is what I must do to ensure that your daughter is safe, that my mother is safe, that my nieces are safe, um, that you know between Tony and I, we have 5, I believe, nieces and 2 or
yeah.
3 nephews. Um, they need to know that I did everything I could so that they could exceed in the world and be whole and be themselves and not need to code switch and not feel inferior. Um, I just want Black women to be able to, like, you always talk about the woman king, and I tell you every time, my favorite part is when the little girl gets taken behind the door where no men can go, and you look and you see the sisters dancing, you see some of them eating, you see people getting their hair done, you hear laughter, and I just want us to really understand that you may not be for everybody, but pray that the people that you need to come into your life, to edify you, to grow you, to take you to that next step, that one, you will welcome them, And then two, you will be willing to do the hard work. And when I say the hard work, I am saying in oftentimes things are said that we don't necessarily agree with. But you said something last week, and I've been with it, where you said listen in agreement first,
As if you
and
believe they're right. Listen as if you believe they're right. Not because you agree with them, but because you want to fully understand what they're saying as much as possible. And then ask clarifying questions rather than it's like you were talking about um when we were having the conversation about that the process that I created AI, but also the class. I think I put it in the description on Podia. That is the becoming the self confident woman. And you took the class. D has taken the class. Several, well, quite a few people have, but I do get feedback, and I do like a part of that class is being able to touch base with me one to one in a way, right? Through the class. So you have brought up, well, I don't like this word and I wish you would change this or change that. But I think now that you've been through the class and you've done some of your own studies, and then when you realized what was going on with this bill and you shared it with other people, it's it's you made it clear to me that it started to click to you that I get why you're like, no, we're not changing on anything. What are you talking about? Like, no, I'm not changing that because I have already put that all together. Other people don't know what it took to put a course together, video it, have slides to it, have exercises to it, have information to it, and then let it out there in the world. Because when I let it out, that's where I was, right? If I go back, people don't understand. You actually have to go back to the very beginning and change the whole thing. You can't just change this piece right here because all of the pieces are interconnected, and the person going through the class doesn't necessarily see that, even after they've been through the whole thing. But then as they start applying the different tools, then you start to see it. I've been through this process before with other people, and yeah, there are things that we don't like about what I'm saying, which is okay. You don't need to agree with me. And in my case, to ask me to change that, it's um it's like, I know you're seeing it from your individual view, but I'm trying to capture all of these different types of learners, all of these different types of Black women, all of these different types of situations and traumas that they've been through, which I I I'm doing the best I can to capture all of that,
we'll see.
right?
And not to,
So,
I want 1 second. So on that point, I've have said things or made suggestions
mhm,
because I know we talk all the time. If I'm taking offense to this, who else can't get past this? So, what is it that we can do together? I see you shaking your head. Is there anything like how now you broke it up? Is there something to you gotta it? Okay,
no,
even like in yoga,
no, there's another class that I could add to it, but no,
but
because
see that,
nope,
but that part. That's all I'm saying. If there's
nope,
another part, then
no, because what I know is that a lot of times what's happening is people have in their mind, okay, she's asking me to face myself and fear. and doubt, because that's actually in there. That what we're talking about today is in that class. How I'm showing us how to have a different mindset about it. And
Mm.
I find it difficult when I know that if you knew someone else who was an author of 7 books, 4 of which are bestsellers, you're not gonna go and pick apart that to them. Wherever they landed, that's where they landed. Because if
Mo,
you're an
Miss
author,
Miss
hold
Love,
on, no, hold on. If you're an author, it is very difficult. I can tell you as an author, it is very difficult going through the editing process and handing it over to a different editor after you've gone through the editing process, then bringing it back, then taking it back to that editor, right? I understand that where I am today is not where I'm going to be tomorrow, because each person does add to the class. They actually do, right? But to I I honestly find it offensive. You
I
know
can
that
no,
I
I'm
don't
not.
I don't get offended usually a lot, but I do get offended when it comes to work that I put so much research in, so much time in, and that anyone thinks that they're going to tell me that, well, if I don't like it, then maybe I don't care. If you don't like it, then don't take it. This
No,
isn't for you then. What I am saying to you is what I'm saying to you. And there's so much information in there. There are going to be parts that people don't like. That I know that for a fact. There are going to be people that I know for a fact that because I've asked, people will stop and decide. They'll watch like one session, maybe the second one because there's 6, but they'll go, I can't do this. I'm not ready. I'm not
but
ready
that's
to
not.
do this.
But that's not what I'm saying,
But
Miss Love.
you
Like,
had the courage to do it, right? You worked past your okay, I'm not, but see, and you were able to do that. And I appreciate that you were even, you and Miss D, you were able to go, and there's things she didn't like either. Like there things the way I put it or something. But also all it did was help you to build upon what was already in you. I don't empower black women. You already have power. I'm just helping you to remove some of that pain and trauma so you can, because that's what we stuff our power down with: pain
so,
and trauma, hurt,
so two
humiliation,
things. So
humbling.
so two things, and people are going to get to see the intimacy of our friendship and connection.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I have said I love the AI.
Yes.
I
You have.
personally, words have a very heavy um, reaction. So when you said bad behaviors, again, because you don't know who, you know who's taking the course, but you don't know their shit from the past. I couldn't get past bad because I'm not bad. I'm not a bad person. And until we started saying, okay, wait a minute, I'm not calling you bad. I'm saying the behavior is not okay. Oh, okay, I get that. But we have to be able to say, like, this is confusing me. I don't understand this. Well, why this and why that? And it's one of the things to where I typically, naturally, I'm not a questioner. If you say it's red outside, girl, it's red outside. So for me, if I have a question and I ask it and I feel like I'm like being pushed back, like, be quiet, girl, I know what I'm doing. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doubting that at all. I'm saying my brain and where I am and what I'm processing, this isn't, it's not, it's not working. So what do I need to do? Because as soon as we took bad to maladaptive, I did maladaptive for about what, a month or two, and I was able to say, oh, okay, yes, this is bad behavior. Maladaptive, bad is the same, but where I was, and based on my own personal trauma, the
Mhm.
bad for me, had I left it there, I would have never been able to get the work done. So it's not saying what you have created is not right. It is saying, okay, I'm gonna need you to be a little sensitive with me with some particular words, because we were always taught, oh, this person is bad and that person is bad, and you're gonna go to hell and you're gonna burn and burn and burn. So when I hear bad, I think not good enough, not enough, not godly, not valuable. You're poop. You're poop. Bad people are
Okay.
poop.
So so I love when people ask questions, and you've absolutely told me great things about the course, and you told me things you didn't like. Miss Deanne too. Other people have too. I understand that. Um, there's there's nothing wrong with that. And in the next iteration that I do, you know, with this course, those things can be. I can add that to the
Mhm,
another iteration or another part to this. But
mhm.
as the court, what bothered me was not you asking why are you saying it this way or why are you saying that way. What bothered me was you telling me that I need to change that. That's what bothered me. It wasn't that you
So,
asked the question of why are you saying this like this? Because then I could come through and say, "Oh, this is why I'm saying it. This is what I mean by it." Because if you really stand back and look at how I'm phrasing it, I am telling you bad choices. I didn't say you as a whole individual bad. That whole course is about you, your power, and how incredible you are and
but
how to take care of yourself and how to ground yourself and all and how to increase your esteem and how to stop judging yourself so much, right? And then therefore allowing other people to come in and judge you, right? So I understood that you did not like that word bad because it brought out these things in you. But I can tell you, if you really think about this, Tiff, like for real, think about what this course is and think about what I maybe had to go through to get there. And think about that it is not going to be perfection. Even
that's
though,
not.
no,
I,
no, no, I'm saying this for myself because it's what, just like that word hit you wrong, it hits me wrong because part of what you said hit me wrong because I have feelings too. And I have things I've gone through too. And I'm not asking other people, you know, because we're close. But I'm not asking all these other people to understand my trauma and all this other stuff. What I'm telling you is this is what I have done thus far. And this particular thing is staying this way.
so
Now,
maybe,
when
so
I
hold
when I
on,
grow
because we're
it,
going back and forth. We're
it'll
going
be
back and
different.
forth. So, one, I want to make it absolutely plain that the program is phenomenal. As a person who is really sensitive to words, all I was saying is like, I'm not bad. This is a maladaption. The behavior is a maladaption. So if I can say this is a maladaption and not put me on the cross, then I can work through this.
Yeah.
So it was never hey, change this, change that. It's like, no, this is great. However, if you're working with a woman like myself, that, and I'm being very real, I'd rather somebody come in here and kick me in my face than talk to me crazy. So if that's my reaction, and I have an intimate relationship with you, and I know the program works, why would I not say, hey, loved it, I've grown, I'm watching behaviors, I'm doing all of those things. But this calling people bad, for me, it was a childhood thing. They're bad, you're bad, this bad, hell bad, 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 bad. Don't love God, you're going to hell, you're bad. Have premarital sex, you're going to hell, you're bad. You weigh too much, you're going to hell, you're bad. You don't pay your tithes, you're bad. You're having sex out of marriage, you're bad. You live with somebody, oh, you're so it bad for me is almost religious in the sense of how I was taught to wire that particular word. And then once we started saying, okay, maladaptive, then I was okay to finally own me, my stuff, and then eventually even started using the same word, as in, no, these are my bad behaviors. I think for
But you
the
get to do that. See, you get to do that. You you get to put it in a way for yourself that works for you. I never changed to maladaptive. You you found that word to be what you could use to, bridge the gap
mm,
from what you heard all of your life and what you're seeing now,
mm,
right? And then you were able to take it and and use that word because, for me, it's different. It's very different because I really am not interested in what people think of me in that way. Like
mm,
I'm trying to put out whatever information is in my head, and then it's a very long process for me.
mm,
This is not something I did, within, even a couple of months. This has been years of research on top of years of research and different iterations. So where I was 10 years ago is not where I was 2 years ago, right? And I understand that what I really want is what you did, which is you make it your own. You see what I'm saying? So if you need to change out a word, then you change out a word because you have the power to do that for yourself, right? What
I
I'm
think what you
telling
just said
you
is
is,
amazing, and I would hope going forward, maybe there's a little, like a little note to the side of, hey, make this yours, because it goes back to what you were talking about as far as pain points, as far like it's all intertwined, and if you can kind of crack the nut on one, then some people, again, I'm country, so you go get some walnuts and you take it and you get your hammer and you pop it, you eat your little pecans. But
mhm,
if it's peanut season, you get some peanuts, put them in the oven, make them hot, sit around, put
mhm,
on some
yes,
Family Feud, eat peanuts and have your thing. um Again, for me to say bad. It was my thing from childhood. Y'all are bad. You're being bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. And it's like, I want to do this, Miss Love. I want to do this whole thing, but I can't get past the bad part. I can't even get to this. I can't proceed because I'm so hung up on this word. So then when I was like, okay, maladaptive, and then it just flowed. And then from that, it was like, oh, okay, I think I might have finished in 3 or 4 days. And I already
yeah,
told
you
you, I'm going to
did.
go back through.
But see, let me tell. So that is something you got hung up on. Somebody else might get hung up on a whole different something,
Mm-hmm.
right? But those are individual things that you need to work through, because it is not possible for me to capture everybody's point of pain, everybody's PTSD. What word triggers somebody that doesn't trigger five other people. You know, they saw something very different, and they had a problem somewhere else maybe. But the course is set up for you to take those tools if you choose to. Because then throughout that course, I'm saying you have power and you get to choose what you're going to do. You get to feel your emotions, you get to study yourself, you get to spend time with yourself without anybody else's input. I'm not I'm not calling you good or bad. I'm telling you you get to make choices for your life, for your everyday, what's going to be in your environment and what isn't, what is working for you and what's not, what you want to tweak, keep, or throw the hell away. Okay? It whatever it is, I'm telling you you have the power to do that. If you don't like the word bad, then you should change that for yourself. However, I'm not changing the whole course. I'm not changing these areas that affect maybe, you know, um maybe they do affect 100 people, but they don't affect the other 10,000. You see
Mhm.
what I'm saying? They have a different point of pain. So if you're me and you're trying to build a course in which I'm giving information for you to be able to bring up your esteem, understand that you have power and that you have choices and that you get to have your emotions, you get to feel them, and then you get to choose what you're going to do about it, right? if
Black
i'm
and
if I'm giving you all of this, right, as one singular person, aren't does anybody ever stop? That's the thing I ask. Does anybody ever stop and think, yes, love sees herself as God is born, she has all of these other attributes that she will tell you she believes about herself, and I'm human, and I can't I it is not I, I guess it is possible because I'm connected to the source, but also I'm human. So my human body, my human brain has a certain amount of limitations just because of the way this body is made. However, as that part of me that's human, there's when you're keying in on something that is affecting you, then that's yours to deal with, because you're
Mhm.
gonna have shit that you have to deal with. There are gonna be things, and have been things in this world, that you don't like the way it's being said, and you can articulate that. You can tell me, I don't like that word, girl. I really think, if anything, you need to start saying, maladaptive, because really bad is, it has all these connotations. But when I tell you that I'm not going to do it, you don't get to force it, and I don't get to force you to
I
change
do.
into bad.
Do
You
you
get
think
to
I tried to
get to
force?
use maladaptive. You get
Mhm.
to use maladaptive. We can debate about it. And once I say, because there were some, you know, there, it, I don't think you see it now because you have taken the whole course, and like, you, like you said, you got stuck on that word. But there was a point where you actually asked me, how can you change this to work for Black men? I didn't
What the
write this for that. But you see how that all feeds into my impression that you're asking me to change this to fit something else. And that's not the purpose of this course, right?
No, I saw a
So,
course that I took that I grew from
mhm.
that though they are not or never will be your primary concern, my thing is we cannot say we want men to be better and then they're not better tools. So yes, if I take something and I know I've changed and it worked really well for me, like, hey, have you thought about potentially spinning this off for black men? Because I'd much rather them spend the money with you than listening to just Pearlie or Antoine Daniels or Taz or people that are not going to teach people how to show up, be accountable, learn, and grow. And for me, it is not me trying to bombard you. It is black women have a lot of different avenues and different directions to go. Um, I, I, no, I don't hate to say it. We see how when black men get together, there there is a lack of leveling up or a lack of trying to own behaviors, be accountable, and change. Um, it is a bunch of he man woman haters. So again, if I'm looking at this course and I'm like, okay, I want to, and I haven't told you I've done it, I want to do it again. I also would love to be able to say to my 26-year-old son, like, hey, go in here, do this work, let's have a conversation when you're done. What I now
I
know,
think,
though, no, hold on, let me finish. What I now know is this: one, that's his responsibility. His healing is his business. Two, at what just Nene leaks it. I said what I said. Like anything outside of that, it's too much conversation. You said what you said.
yeah, yeah.
Um, I think again between me, you, and Miss D, we are
Mm-hmm.
all learning together how
Yeah.
to um, push back with love and support.
Yes.
Um, and I think it's a beautiful thing. Like we've been on for 4 hours. And I'm like, where we are right now, I think is a really good time just for people to really do what we said. One, do you know who you are? Who's your competition? Um,
Who are you? What do you want?
who's your
Who's your
competition?
competition?
And are
And
you in the box or not?
do you
And
think in or out of the box?
right. Um,
Um, and
and
we've come to the both of you came to the same conclusion I did for the last two, right? I mean, you went through the whole thing. You dealt with different ways that I phrased things, and you worked your way through that, and you worked through your own study of yourself, and you both, and the other women who have finished this course, all of you actually have a great, um you recognize your power now,
mm,
like in not that this is a earth-shattering course or something like that, but that that you were
why would you say
getting
that?
some information.
Why wait, go back. Why'd you say that?
What's that?
That is not earth shattering. That's I'm gonna no
Huh?
nope, unacceptable because in me learning me, then I've been able to have conversations with my family, with my
Yeah.
husband, with my son about one, hey, I'm a people too.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna get everything right.
Mhm.
She takes special people medicine. I have,
Mhm.
as what they call it, mitochondria. Um,
Mhm. She does
you can
too.
call if you call on a particular day and it's a great day, like I'm upbeat and the world is great and everything's amazing and look at the clouds in the sky. And then there are other times where don't open these curtains. I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to do anything. Shut up. Don't say nothing to me.
That's
To the
right.
point where anytime I hear somebody say "shut the fuck up," I hear your voice and saying that because we have some other humans that you use that verbiage with.
Yes.
However, I think again, like I said, I think this is a really good stopping point in the sense that I just want everybody to go do those 4 questions. If you have questions for myself, for Love, or Miss D, please put it in the comment section. And we're going to
Yes.
pick this back up. And please believe that this is going to be an ongoing series because as we learn how to connect, my goal is if we can trust each other in intimate spaces, then we can go out and deal with the UN, deal with the government, deal with local things that we can have an impact on and make life better for not only ourselves as Black women and Black girls. I know that is the primary, but I do feel like when Black women and Black children are treated well, everybody else is too. So you kind of, it's a benefit to allow us to lift. But I think today was, like I said, really, really good. People can
Yes.
see where if a person has created something, one person has a right to be like, girl, mm-mm. And the creator gets to say, mm-mm. And then you're like, well, why are you mm-mm? And once we talk it out and talked it out several times, is when it goes, okay, yes, I get it. But the other thing is this: I was coming to you in a way, but I think you have had the experience with so many other women that there is an aversion to it. Like, oh, hell no. And it's like, no, I'm not. Hold on, wait, time out, time out. I know you've went to work. I know you've done the work. I know you've done the studies. I know. I'm just saying, just like this whole cis and cis, and I guess this is a really good place to stop. I think when it comes to like LGBTQIA, you're probably one of the most advanced people that I know, as in not necessarily, I want to say this right, being in community, but maybe not necessarily bisexual, queer, gay, whatever, but being able to just see the humanity on the other side for other people. I think the same thing for us Black women who are used to having our suggestions taken because it's typically better than what the hell everybody else has got going on. That there's a bit of ego. Now, for me, my ego wasn't touched at all because I'm looking at this like, yeah, I never would have been able to write this, design this. Um,
You definitely could, Tiff. That's
what?
not true. I think any black woman could. My daughter can, you could, all of us could. We just are going to have to push past the fears and have see cuz courage is doing something afraid. And I get asked a lot just from my family members alone. They will call me at different times, "Why are you so fearless?" "Oh, I'm not fearless." "Oh, not at all, honey. I have fears. They're just different than yours. They're huge. You know, they encompass black women and black girls because I understand that as go the black women and the black girls, so go the world. I don't need to disseminate all of this for black men, white women. I've actually done this with teenagers of all kinds, with old adults of all kinds. And what I found out in the end is I don't need to make this for all of these people. If I make it for black women and I help black women understand you do not have to grant access to your energy. You can pull that energy back, give it to yourself, love on you, give that compassion and love to you because I know black women. They gonna be loving, understanding, compassionate to other people. They gonna do it. Time and time again in history, I tell you what, black women will go to war. If you tell a black woman you they enemy by your behavior or by how you rolling out, they'll go to war. However, black women are far more interested in a matriarchal system of governance, even though we have a fear of saying that, right? That we we don't feed just one child in our family. Okay? Everybody's getting fed. Everybody's getting health insurance. Everybody's getting beds. Everybody's getting this. Everybody's getting that. We're not going to be doing that where that child eats first or that man eats first. You out of your mind? Get out of here. No, the babies that we prioritize the babies, the disabled, the disenfranchised, the elders.
Miss
That's what we
Lola,
do.
you know how I feel about that big piece of chicken. Like nothing pisses me off more.
But
Like,
but you get what I'm saying? That
yeah, but
I
I'm just like,
understand in a bigger picture that black women could will take this information and they will disseminate it for everyone else. Cause that's just black women. We're elemental. We are pure power. We are creatrix. Okay? We can do that, but we need a safe space to be able to do it. We need to be able to pull back our energy and decide, girl, I'm not spending energy on that and that bullshit. I'm not changing this shit for whoever the fuck else because these people are grown and you have got to stop leaning on black women to do all of this shit for you and then acting like we were never there and did all this shit for you. So you get to treat us like shit. No, I'm not doing any of that. Okay. Just like I tell my own son, my son is 32, girl. He came downstairs when he turned 32 this summer. My back is hurting. Yeah, bro.
let me tell
Why
you something. You look,
am I
you
too
being fun.
young? You
You
looking
look,
all of 32.
you literally being funny. I'm gonna tell you, and I mean, I'm into fitness and working out and teaching, and I promise you, I went to sleep at 39 with some good knees. I woke up 40, and my niece said, "Oh no, bitch,
Mm,
we're 40. You're cracking."
girl,
I was crying.
won't your body tell you? Won't your body be like, oh, you want to go where? You go ahead. I'm gonna be in the bed. I'll wait for you to come back. Cause I ain't going. Today I ain't going.
Well,
You know,
I
and
can't
I
say
watched him, girl. I watched that boy. He was like, "Oh my back." I was out in the backyard, and oh my back. I was like, "Huh." I'm so cute. Why you getting old, son?
and that's the other thing. So one, I want us to think about how we can incorporate some type of movement and breathing, and just make like a library or a playlist.
Yeah.
But I do want us to do one. I've already put the link in there.
Okay.
It would be very nice for us to come back, and I'd rather hear people in the beginning say what they don't like about it, so that the more we can take away resistance when it's time to go critical mass is ready. If that does that make sense?
Well, generally, one of the things I've done when I've created courses is to have an evaluation process
Mhm.
in which, it's a safe process. You don't have to put your name or whatever in this. I didn't do it for this course because of a
It's
lot of reasons.
intimate. Well, it's
Just,
intimate. No, no, no.
yeah,
And
well,
I'm talking about Miss Love. I was talking about the bill, the HR bill that I put
yeah,
in there.
I think you're right. Like we have to, that's why we were talking about fear and doubt today and not seeing each other as each other's competition.
Right.
Also, not seeing any other type of person as competition to us. Girl, you ain't my competition. Other people may, this is what I want to make sure we're clear on when it comes to competition. That doesn't mean that other people don't think I'm their competition. It simply means I don't give a fuck what you think. That don't mean shit. You're not my competition. I don't have any outside of myself. So again, I get to pull that energy back in because I'm not looking to the left or the right, girl. I don't care. Good for you. You should feel that way. I know I'm fucking cute. It's a reason why you just, I used to love to say that all the time. You just mad because I'm cute, bitch. That's all it is.
No, because I now be getting dressed and I'll be like, because I'm cute, or
You
you
just
know,
mad. You just mad because I'm cute. But if we're able to, if we're able to tell people you don't get access to that part of me, okay? You don't get to you don't get to tell me as a grown woman that you believe that I should be wearing this type of thing or else, because I don't care if I come down the street naked, okay? You have no business approaching me. I am an adult and I have self body autonomy. I don't care what this government says. I don't care about your patriarchal rules. I don't care about your little standards as patriarchy. I don't care what men think. I don't care what white women think or anybody else really for that matter. What I need to do, I'm already set on the path to do. And I have to make sure that my energy is focused in the right places. And that's what I'm asking us to do too. Like Miss Tiff gave us an assignment to look at our friendships, right? And to really detail those out and to decide on 1 to 10 how those friendships are going. And I also really want us to be aware of how do we view fear? What happens when we're afraid? Does
Well,
that
oh,
does that stop us, or
what?
can we work through being afraid and do whatever it is despite feeling afraid or feeling fear or feeling doubt? Can we look at the situation, decide, wow, is this a I went outside, I heard all this banging and crashing, and I'm like, oh, that shit is a mountain lion, isn't it? All that banging and crashing is just a little cat. That's what I mean by validating, right? Our situation. Is that fear valid for you to take off and get to lower ground, high ground? No. In my case, get my semi-auto, but you can really slow yourself down. You do not have to take on whatever somebody else is telling you. No, you need to tell me right now. No, I want you to do this. No, that doesn't look good. No, women shouldn't do this. And I really want us, Miss Tiff has told us we need to really go back and look at our history, because we talked a bit about DeSantis, and I think it's another point of fear. We It's hard for us to go and look at some of the things that has happened to us. However, like the Jewish community will tell you, it ain't never
It,
happened again over here.
right.
So I
So I
feel
think
like
so. I think that
I feel
what you
like
just said, that's it. In the sense of because initially, I was not geeked up about Woman King. I was like, I don't want to deal with this. Why is she calling me Woman King? I don't want to see no women have to go. Once I saw the softer sides of like when the woman was doing, I'll say energy work and reading certain things, the community made the movie very palatable. Um, Now that we have just at this part just kind of worked up,
mhm,
the one thing I think we need to maybe figure out, and you'll get what I'm saying, because my mother never called everybody her friend. But if it was somebody like a woman, she'd say, "Oh, that's my girlfriend. I know her real well," or "Oh yeah, that's my coworker." I think we need to learn who we have these deep relationships with, or people that. Okay, ahead and tell me stuff. Hey. No, you didn't. You raised your hand. You hear my husband? He says, "Hey."
that's my cuz.
No.
He feeling better?
Oh, he's doing great.
Good,
He's doing
good.
amazing. I am the one now, which I'm gonna have to hang up in a minute. I'll do
Yeah.
a breathing treatment and some other stuff. But that's the one thing that I can be honest about is when you go through a detox and a purification, be prepared.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about friendships, I have had some women that I will love them forever. I will forever hold a space for them. But because of where I am, I cannot open myself up to someone that I don't know for certain. Um, all of who I am and all of what I've gone through is not factored in.
Yeah.
The person that I was previous to when my uncle transitioned is a very different woman. Um, COVID came and we got married, and I talked to my uncle almost every day because we play little Facebook games and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, uncle, when it opens back up, we're going to redo the wedding and you can walk me down the aisle. And just to not have that, and then to start hearing things about Black men that I've never heard, and then to hear Black men say things that I've never heard a Black man say. Like, and you're saying this on the internet, and I'm looking at it doesn't make a difference if a father is there. You still have King Harris. It doesn't make a difference if you have the resources. Um, Even like I think it's cool that Rihanna, has her two babies, but let's be real, most people are not billionaires and they cannot afford to have two children out of wedlock. So, and when I say wedlock, I'm not saying y'all got to go down to the courthouse, but at least have some type of parenting agreement. But what I will say is this, where I have had to self check is, oh, I can say something about Yana, and we can talk about Sierra, and we can talk about um, what's the baby, Summer Walker. Um, who's the one that hit this week? Because it was a big brouhaha about somebody. Which again, every week it's an issue. Like our currency, our eyes, our views are not necessarily on things that are edifying Blackness.
But I think, again, we have to be able to let Black women and Black girls fucking be. We
Mm-hmm.
don't need everybody's gaze. We
Mm-hmm.
get to do fucking wrong. We get to choose to be wrong. I've chosen myself to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I
But
have chosen bad behaviors. I have.
but
So we get to be this thing where we have to match what people, again, we're getting back into, oh, I really want to see that. No, 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 no. I don't want to see any of that. Leave these Black women alone. That is grown folks' business. This is a body. We were just talking about pleasure. If this woman wants to create another human, she gets to do that because she is goddess born. That is nobody else's business or choice. I don't give a fuck whether the man is there or not. She can do what she wants. This I'm not operating by a patriarchy. I don't give a fuck what men think. I am not in competition over Black dick or any for that matter. Okay? So I don't give a fuck.
ma'am.
I don't. I just don't give a fuck. And I'm tired of us applying rules and standards to Black women and Black girls that are killing us. Stop.
So
Let
so
these
and I
girls get to listen. I had two babies out of wedlock because that's what the fuck I wanted to do. I didn't want to marry these people. Okay? And when my family asked me, well, are you ever gonna get married? And blah blah blah. No, we all know my favorite thing to say. I love putting my legs in a V, and I love fucking, and I made babies. And I took full on responsibility and accountability for every second of their lives. So nobody's coming in and telling me shit. Okay? Y'all didn't pay for nothing. You ain't take care of nothing. And even if you had, that would have been your choice. But as for me, I did all that. All of it without any of you. Without my mother didn't help me, nobody. Okay, so stop that shit. Stop it.
So,
You don't get to
so
question me. This
I
is where I
know,
get, this is a very touchy thing for me. You
I
don't get to
know.
question me. You don't get to question
Breathe,
black women. You
breathe.
don't get to do that. Okay? Stop. We don't, I'm not questioning these young ladies. Girl, do what you feel like doing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure you get held sacred, protected, and uplifted. Because all these other people can do all types of serial killing and all types of shit, and ain't nobody mad. Oh, Susie can call the fucking police and cry some acid tears. My ass will go to jail, my whole career ruined over what this bitch said. So what we I feel we need to stop doing is judging these girls and telling them you fit into this box, you need to do this, we don't want to see you doing that. No, stop. Do whatever the fuck it is, because if these people can do all the shit they've done that has been violent from day one to us as black women and black girls, and we've still loved on them, took care of them, hid all their fucking dirty ass secrets and shit,
It's
and
love.
all that heat, that's what we're gonna do. But we get to have the space to face our fears and our doubts and all of these things without judging ourselves or being judged.
So let's put, this is where we need to put a pin in it, and I'll note it and you note it. You've said a couple times today, and I'm wondering, not if, not that you don't get it, but I think that you've been liberated for so long.
Mm,
Um, those that are still working their way outside of these programming,
yeah.
um, we got it. Not you. And when I say we, I'm saying the collective of we.
Yes.
One, we gotta show something different, right? Because if you don't see it, you don't believe it. Um, the other thing is we've got to be a little bit more authentic with each other. I think that sometimes we hurt each other and we don't say, "Hey, that bothered me." And I can say, even with us, you noticed a particular person and their behaviors months before I did. So when it came out, it was like, "Well, girl," and it's like, "No, well, let's not do nana boo boo. You saw it, you clocked it, but where am I that I can't see this? And where has this behavior come from? Because this is a repetition. It just finished faster in the sense of friends and people being abusive. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Like when your PCP is just like, yeah, that was a way of abuse, and you got triggered. And this is what that's what I was going to tell you. She said, this is what she said, and then we'll end. But y'all remember, we're going to do your friends, do your top five, and from 1 to 10, where do you feel, one, how do you think they feel about you, and what do you feel about them, and then see if that matches. So
Yeah.
last thing was, my blood pressure has been uh, up and down, non-regulated, or not. um, it's not been good since April, and you and I know what happened in April. um, I think my feelings were way more hurt than I let on. And because other things were compacted, it just began to start to hurt me internally. So when I saw my doctor last, we did our yearly. So when you're talking about getting checked out, I called, I got my results. Everything was great except for magnesium and iron. So I'm like, oh, we we can fix that. And of course, you got me taking certain things and tinctures, and I put my love stuff on. But I say all that to say, one, you got to be honest with yourself. Are you holding on to people, places, and things because they're comfortable, or because they suit you, or because you are afraid of being by yourself? What I have learned to do is really embrace my own company
Mm-hmm.
and hold myself accountable, and also say no to people and not feel bad about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That's a
I
human right. Mm-hmm.
and I think as Black women, it's a right that we've never been told that we could have. So when you keep saying you have a right, you have a right, you have a right, I'm like, now that is the language that I can stand 10 toes down, because yeah, I can look and see some of the things that I did were not necessarily for my benefit, but we all have that, well, I don't want this person to be hurt, or I don't want this person to feel,
Yeah.
I don't want them to be left out, or I don't want to do that. At some point, here's my thought. So, talking to the doctor, and she's just like, I don't know what's going on with your blood pressure. I don't like this. This is just not good. Blah 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 blah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So she said, let me tell you what's going on with you. And again, trigger warning. She said, a woman who's been violated by a partner will question, can she make good decisions? A
Yeah.
woman that is violated by a stranger will say, the world is unsafe because this happened to me. She
Mm-hmm.
said, you are experiencing both.
Mm-hmm.
You do not feel like the world is safe, and you
Mm-hmm.
also are now judging your own character.
Mm-hmm.
Um, who, what, where, why, when, I don't know, but yourself, Miss D, and there's a young lady called Lady M. Have y'all all were very, 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 very honest about how I was showing up in a way that may be less than savory. I can say I did not understand how hard I was grieving. And there was no reprieve. It was just like this person and this person and this person and this person. On top of, and I'm going to say this, if you have family secrets or things that are going on, please don't wait till people are in their damn near 40s and 50s to tell the truth about certain things. Um, I'm not even having a midlife crisis. It is an identity crisis, because everything that I was told and taught, I mm-mm.
That is true. I mean, that's most of us. Like really, and when you figure it out, the like Miss D said last week, the grief process that you're going through on all these different levels, whether it's people, whether it's situations, whether it's things that happened in the past and you've been holding it because you're keeping somebody else's secret to make sure that they stay looking like whatever their name tag says they are, you know, all of those things are are incredibly difficult for us as black women. And it's like I said, if you display your emotions, then it's a problem for other people. If you if you're having if you're happy and having fun, it's a problem for other people. If you're just enjoying your life and you have peace and you're not involved in the drama and stuff, you could watch it on TV, a couple hours a week or something, but that ain't your life. Okay, you got a peaceful situation. You know, maybe you're with your partner, whoever he or she is. As Black women, listen, got it, understood. I just want We want y'all to understand that about yourselves. Like, you get to have your feelings, and you have the power over them, not somebody else. That's why I'm really careful about when somebody says to me, "Oh, I didn't mean to make you feel that way." Girl, you ain't made me feel nothing. You don't have the power to make me feel nothing.
But I
I
think
feel what I
something
do.
that we need to continue to
Yeah,
do and enforce and back or co-sign is that you have a choice. I think many of us did not have choices as small people,
we
and
didn't.
now as fully functioning adults. And I'm gonna tell you, like my top issue with a lot of Black culture is from birth to 18, you don't make a single decision for yourself. And then at 18, now you're supposed to make every decision for the rest of your life.
And know it when
And
you weren't
it
when
makes
we
me,
never talked about this stuff. Like, nobody didn't bring it up. Okay, they told you how you were supposed to look, and how everything was supposed to appear, but they did not tell you the things that we're talking about now,
well,
or
and
what we're talking
the,
about. So,
I think again, like we'll do our homework. I'm looking
okay.
forward to making my list. It's gonna be short. But the other thing is this, like I think as we continue to including this D, I'm hoping that the algorithm picks up and sees that people are willing to have complex but thoughtful conversations. Um,
Yes, and we
I
get to
think,
challenge each other.
oh
Like,
yeah,
we get to challenge each other. That I hope that's what I hope that's what all of you are seeing. Like, as other people are going to end up watching this later, that when they're in the comments, that we get to debate one another. We definitely do. We get to challenge ideas, right? Because this has been my huge wish, is that Black women have think tanks, you know, and that we already have done this before. That's how I said it before. That's how we got out of enslavement. That's how we
mm-hmm,
got out of Jim Crow. That's how we got civil rights. Was Black women having think tanks from
mm-hmm.
different perspectives, bringing in their ideas and stuff, working on a problem and working the hell out of it until it's
Can can
you
you
know.
send that? Can you send that message because I think that's the other thing. So I know we're gonna do our homework.
Mhm.
I'm gonna add a bonus. Please, the HR bill is in there. And I'm just going to tell everybody personally where I am right now is
Did you put it in? You can put it in the chat, ma'am.
I did. It's in there.
Okay. How did I
Yeah,
miss that?
it's
Okay.
the hyperlink is in there.
Okay.
Um, I'm going to say that this is what beyond my health is what I'm very very focused on. I really really hope that people read it. I really hope that we can start having conversations so that we can all be on one accord and do like other communities do, that if our needs are not being served,
Mm-hmm.
um, we are not going to participate in the sense of we may vote, but it might be a fill-in, it might be a write-in. At the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
I think Black women are done with people promising everything and delivering very little. That's it's outdated.
Mm-hmm.
It is not helpful. And if you have someone that is 55 and another person that is 44 saying yeah no, then someone at 25, their yeah no is going to be like a fuck no, because look at these older people. And I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I will say, do not buy into some of these things that have been, you've been taught to be a consumer your entire life. That's all it. Let's be real. You've been taught to be a consumer. The people that you find as threatening, it is because you believe that they are going to take your pie, your cake, something from it, even a trans or bi or whatever. That is, you feel like you're in competition for the scraps, and but with women like Miss Love and Miss D and Stephanie Perry, a vitamin Q, a true mystique. You do not have to be in struggle mode. It's going to take some time and it's going to take work, but it's work that there are a number of women that are doing the same thing, so you don't have to be by yourself. Now you're gonna get held accountable and called to task to make sure you do the work. But I personally feel like in the next 10 to 15 years, Black women are going to have some exponential growth, some exponential gains financially, and
Mm-hmm.
also some liberation in partnerships and
Yeah.
how that looks. Because I'm telling you, I want women that if all you want is a ring in a wedding dress, you and your best friend, y'all go make best friend. Now I ain't saying sleep together, become lesbians. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying have that day.
Hell, do
Have
what you
that day.
like.
Yes. Have
I
that day.
do
Have that day.
you deserve to be happy. You deserve to have happiness and you deserve to enjoy your life. And yeah, you're right. Have that day. And we do make space for all types of black women on this platform. Because we don't see anyone as our competition.
Right.
So, I think not now, but in the next maybe month or two or something, we will have this discussion about how some of us are choosing to be competitive. And I don't, the reason y'all don't hear me like, oh, and how dare she call me this or that, girl, just don't call me a white woman. Because I don't care about nothing. I mean, like none of that matters to me because it is not black women. We can be emotionally hurtful to each other. Yes, we can try to humiliate one another and we can try to humble one another. But it's very rare that we are going to unalive each other or that we as a collective are going to come through and unalive other groups of people. We're not going to make policies that are not going to be inclusive because that's not how we're built as black women. So, you know, I want a place where you guys don't need someone like me. You don't need we that is not necessary for an apex predator to be amongst you, uh, um or have to be in warrior mode as far as tactics and strategies. I'd much rather as a warrior because that's actually what most warriors are doing. Um, it, we're trying to obtain peace so that we can get back to our studies of human behavior. And someone asked me, how can you be a warrior and a healer at the same time? How can you not? Right? Because if you're on the battlefield or you're wherever you are, if me and Miss Tiff are together and she is my shield mate, if something happens to her, I need to be able to stop the bleeding. I need to
Mm.
be able to heal her so we can move on and get out of danger. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So even though I may be in the midst of a battle, I've come to understand that I need more than me. It can't
Right.
be me um standing guard and all I ever get to do is fall to one knee. I can't
Right.
sleep, I can't rest, I can't do any of those things because I don't have any mates,
Mm.
you know? And I'm so happy that I do now. you know.
you got two for sure. No, really
For
three.
sure. I got more
Three.
than that. Okay.
Yeah, because
But
I'm like
you know,
me, Miss
y'all
B,
don't know.
Michaela,
Michaela, all these people,
the
yeah,
baby. Yeah.
uh my baby girl, y'all better know. And my son and my husband, they literally are soldiers. They follow direction. Okay. They don't sit here and go, well, you a woman, you can't be tell girl.
Miss Lady.
So I
I
just
look,
want to make sure we
I
do
need look,
we do
I
that, my
need for
loves.
you, I need for you to trademark it or whatever. Because we are seeing people that are coming up that are new that may be using the same kind of terminology, but
Mhm.
you really are living and have lived that out.
Yeah.
So, um,
AI is trademarked and
good. Okay.
copywritten. It's
Okay.
it's in several iterations as well as any class I do. And of
Okay.
course, all my published work that you can find on Amazon or whatever, it is also copywritten with ISBN numbers. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So yeah, this is a real business. My business
I'll
is
leave it.
called
I'll
Love
look.
Stoa Consulting.
So
So
you'll
yeah.
start consulting me, and I made a yoga video and uploaded it. I don't know how much,
Yes.
but what I am doing is what you or Miss D have been saying for a couple months. Just do something. Just start off. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just do
Yes.
it. So that is, I
And I encourage all of us to take those steps, those things that you feel like oh, I can't do a YouTube channel. Yeah, of course you can. Okay. I know I just be believing in black women because I just see how
no.
incredible we are in
Always
black
bet
women.
on black, baby. Always bet on black. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean,
Always.
I can't see nobody more incredible in what we do and how we love on people when we have the space to not be doing all of these other things that are harming us. So it's really important, what Auntie Tip is saying here about look at your friendships, and rate them and understand the part you play, right? And see where you guys and myself or any of us are co-signing each other's behavior. It's a trauma bond in which we are also co-signing bad behaviors of each other. I watched my aunts and mother do this. Okay. They didn't tell
And
my
then watch.
grandmother shit because they
And
were
then
over
watch.
there doing they were over there doing the whole most. And so to keep the secrets from my grandmother and my grandfather, they co-signed each other's bad behaviors and bad behavioral choices. I watched them all my life. Okay. So we pick up on that, and just because it's been something that we've seen all our lives and whatever, we actually tend to do that similar thing. And so we don't have generational what does they always say? Oh, generational curses. It's actually generational choices. And we can be the stopgap in that. We can change those generational choices into different choices, right? And we can be a different example for ourselves, that we can come and look in the mirror and begin to really trust ourselves, trust our emotions, trust our feelings, and take the time to validate them, just like you're going to look at your friendships,
Can we
right?
wait? Can we just back up? Even in that, trust in self is that's a big step. I don't think we're quite there. I think the first step is
Take that
acknowledging that you
class and
can.
you will be.
Of course. But I'm saying right
Yeah.
now, just starting to own how you feel. I think a lot of black women that I know, if they are not building other people up, supporting other people, they feel like they're not doing enough. Or even if they are, people think they should be more. So it's a very precarious situation for a lot of people. But I think do what your heart says. If you have questions, Miss Love is very, very quick to respond here and on TikTok. Um, Miss D also is very responsive. I'm not. I'm not that girl. Don't send me no message because I might not. I have 8,000 emails. Like I don't. I will get there. We're getting there.
Yes.
We're getting back into the swing of things.
Yes.
But I think for us, meaning me, you, Miss D, and then the community that's with us, we are at a different season.
Yes.
And at this point, I don't have anything negative to say. What I will say is get busy, get to work, or get left behind.
Well, and we're solution oriented. So I do want us to really um I do want those of you watching us or those of you who are going to watch us to get in the comments and come up with some of your solutions for the fact that we actually do need to look at the protective bill that's already in the US Congress. The fact that we are being unalived every 4.5 hours by Black men. The fact that we are going to the hospital and the doctor's office and we are not being heard, we are not being treated, we are being harmed by people with so called biases. So, in other words, white people are white adjacent. Primarily, the Labor Department says that 74% of the healthcare system in the United States are white women. And then how you're looking at how our children are being educated. Why does one group or two or whatever get to tell us what our children are not going to learn when we pay taxes and we work two and three jobs? All right. So these are things that we need solutions to. And I think all of you have the answers to them. It's just that we were spending our energy in other ways, and this is giving you the option to choose that you don't have to give access to yourself to other folks if you don't want to. Okay, or you can only give partial access. You know what I mean? Like, you get to choose that, because you get to be happy and you get to have peace and you get to seek and spend time with yourself and give yourself compassion, love, and care and uplifting, honey. And I ain't gotta wait for everybody else to do it, although the people around here do it. What does she need? Oh my God, put her in a room. Did anybody feed her? Do she have some water? Do you need ice in the water? Listen, we need you to calm down. You see Miss Tip. She's like, oh my God, you need to breathe. And I take that. Like, I really do take that. I love these women. I love Miss Tip. I love Miss Tip. I love y'all. Like, I love my community of Black women and Black girls, and I'm
We
just so
have
glad
something
you joined all
special.
of us. Yeah,
We
I'm
have
just
something.
so glad you're joining us, and that we can look at things and you can see, like, like when Miss D is here, she's like, "Girl, we don't agree on some real critical shit sometimes." She'll say shit because that's not
Yeah.
her. Shit stuff, okay, but she's actually talking about our religions, but we're both very spiritual people and we walk our spirituality, as does Auntie Tiff, right? So we're very vastly different women. You can hear, listen to listen to what you heard today. Listen to how we speak to each other. Listen to how we challenge each other. Listen to how we debate. Did you hear us have to call somebody a damn name? The outside, did you hear us have to pull up people's whole
Personal
personal shit?
information.
Like, girls, since when do I make targets out of other Black women? and
So
black girls.
strange.
I don't do that shit. That's not me. I don't know who. Now, I like I said it when I'm at the beach. I will jack a shark. Don't come over here. I will split the wig of a jellyfish. I'm not playing because I conceal carry everywhere, including the ocean. Okay, so
You can take the gun can go in the water.
the new one I have, girl. What the hell you think Navy SEALs are doing?
Well, that's what I was thinking when I said it. I was like, well, the military be having it. So
What do you
see,
think we?
and
What do you
it
think,
seems
Navy? What kind of training you think we doing? I'm not a Navy SEAL, but I'm saying, what kind of training you think we do?
I look. I'm to the point to where you remember when people were preparing for 2000 because they felt like the computers weren't going to go over or anything like that. I was still in corporate America. We all had to show up in at midnight when nothing happened. Everybody was like, "Oh, so it's just okay." We've been saving water and all that. It is very funny how we do things and participate in certain things. Um, I'm gonna say this. I know a lot of people have seen Brittany Renner, and what I will say is, I know in my heart of hearts, if I went on a show like that, Miss D and Miss Love would have yanked me up. And I pray that she gets some women in her life that love her, that she can show up to be her best self, that she can still be authentic to who she is, but that she doesn't put herself in compromising positions. Because for me, although the interview was absolutely horrific, I was more afraid for her being the lone woman in a room full of men and being quite
But
suggestion.
again, again, for me, I don't want to push. I don't want to say what she can or can't do. What I'm gonna say is, like I tell the young women, including my daughter, you get to choose who goes in your pearly gates, girl. Ain't nobody questioning that. You got us for it, okay? And do you really want any old body near your creative space of your uterus? If you're, and I'm not saying it because maybe you know a lot of black women maybe decide I don't want to be no mother anyway, but that's not the point. There's other things that can happen to you that cause you pain and trauma, you know, that have to do with if you have a uterus. And I don't think we have an understanding, which is why this is something else we need to talk about in the next couple of months, what like trans women actually go through. Like we think that, oh, you're just trying to blah blah blah. Girl, they're trans women are less than 1% of black women. They are not doing anything to take nothing from you. And if your thing is there, you guys are in competition over some penis. Well, that sounds like a personal problem, but it is not something in which we need to mistreat one another. Okay, because we need to embrace black women as a whole. And I'm not going to be using patriarchal rules to make divisions between us that aren't really there. Trans black women are not my enemy, honey. uh Lesbian, bi, queer black women are not my enemy. Black girls are not my enemy. um biologically born women that have female parts are not my enemy. Y'all ain't my enemy. But we actually have some out there that are taking our lives. So um I'm not going to be in competition with y'all. In fact, I'm not in competition with any of them either, but I am prepared. Okay? I'm prepared. And part of what we're doing with solutions is preparing ourselves, right? So that we can go for our happiness and our peace. in those spaces in which you saw the woman king, where we could just be,
But at the
just,
same time, we
just
got to act
be.
like we got to acknowledge that one wife was quite sassy.
Well, and that's fine, but that we could just be, right? Because we come from different perspectives, whether it was the wives in there, whether it was the warriors, whether it was whoever was cooking the food, whoever was doing hair, whoever was doing whatever, taking care of the younger children, because a Goji women would take in children that families dismissed or whatever, men dismissed or whatever, from 8 years old. So they took care of those babies and they raised them up. You see what I'm saying? And that takes a lot of love. It takes a lot of compassion. It takes a lot from you to put that child first and all the hurt they've been through, and helping them to trust you and things like that. And we're repeating the same thing. And we need to be able to take those places where we have been successful as Black women, build upon them, hmm, and decide we're not going to make the same generational choices that have harmed us. That's it. And that's all.
Well,
I
I'm going
love
to
you.
say good night. I love you. I know you're going to close everybody out. We will be back probably, what, next Saturday, I believe.
Probably.
Um,
Yeah, you
I
guys
will.
give me, they usually give me the time.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just
So
like,
we'll figure
okay.
out the time, but we'll pick up. And what I will say is this week, don't forget to do your friends and go ahead and pull up the Willie Lynch letter. That will be one conversation where I'm definitely will be leaning real heavy on Miss Love and Miss D. I don't do that kind of stuff very well. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But right
Yes,
now,
you do. Yeah, the Willie Lynch papers, right? The Willie Lynch letter, because I really want us to go through that as Black women, because I want you to see how we're still operating from something that people put into place for us to operate from, that they get to harness our elemental nature and power
mhm,
and have us agree to it
mhm.
because of the way they set it up
Well, I'm gonna
and
let you
because it
wrap
involves
up because
myself.
what I'm about to do is run to the latest room because
All right, my love. Thank you so much.
love
Love
you. I'll
you.
talk to you later.
All right, babe.
Bye.
Bye. All right, family. I love y'all so much. Please don't forget, to think about what Miss Tiff was asking of you, and to remember kind of what we talked about. You want to back this up, you want to go back again and look at places in this live, um, when you if you want to review it, if you want to share it with your friends, please like and subscribe. We really we really are looking um, at taking what what um, is critical and needs to be dealt with right now, as the issues that are facing Black women and Black girls and Black children in general. And then we are actually giving us some solutions. So when I tell us to put our daughters um, into martial arts, you can actually, if your daughter's is physically well or whatever, as your doctor, between you and your doctor, the pediatrician, then usually you can start your girls at around 3 years old, and usually you start them something like aikido, jujitsu, or taekwondo, and then you move them up. Okay. I know we have this fear of appearing unladylike or not feminine or too masculine or some other shit, some other box somebody try to put us in. And actually, none of those apply unless you say they apply in your life. So, um, Having your girls be able to defend themselves physically also gives them another choice. You're making another option available to them. I put my children in those activities, and mostly my children chose peace. Not like I didn't try to corrupt them, but hey, whatever. They chose peace. They knew they could handle themselves um, physically, but a lot of times they're like, anyway, you ain't worth all that. That's a lot of sweat and shit. And like I said, please look into um, working on getting past fears of you being able to protect your own body, right? um, that you can be your own security system. Yeah, I'm married. I have a great husband. He's wonderful. But girl, when we get in the store, he goes one way because he be walking like, come on, man. And I got to go around the aisle 5 times and shit. So I just bring stuff back. But if we're separate and something happens, right? Somebody decides they're going to come in the store and unalive people, we might not be right next to each other to go back to back, you know, to cover each other. So while he's a concealed carrier and I'm a concealed carrier, um, we have to be able to handle ourselves separately, and then we come together, right? And we can handle ourselves separately. All right. So he's not in the same place with me all the time. And and that's okay because I can take care of myself too, right? And so can you. You really can. You have the right to defend yourself. You have the right to live your best life, right? So I want you to remember that, and that please comment and I know other people say be re- respectful, but I actually don't listen to. Um, I will actually delete comments that um, are calling Black women names or trying to humble, humiliate, or hurt Black women. And if there are Black men that come through here and happen to see this, I'm very clear on this ain't a safe space for you. This is not what this is. Okay. So really we don't need your commentary at all. And if you're gonna say something, it's gonna have to be something that holds a sacred, protected, and uplifted. We would not like for me to make an example out of you. That would not go well, sir. So, you know, um, I love y'all, and I really see the magnificence, the power, the beauty, and the fact that you get to rest and just be. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming through, and I hope I see you next week. Join us here on Noir Aunties.